Hello, hello. Let's see. Test matter real quick. Nope. Got nothing there.
Is not.
Okay, cool. All right. Um, I have been gone for a few days. My wife came home from the hospital and I missed her, so I didn't want to stream. Uh, I wanted to hang out with her uh more, so that's what I did. Um, but a few things got put out since I was gone, and a couple people requested that I watch some things on stream too. So tonight I'm gonna do that. I don't know how long I'm gonna go tonight, but I'm gonna go for a while. Go for a little bit. I've been saving this and the lab show thing. So check that out, and maybe I'll get to the other one that I don't know if I just call him. I wouldn't just call him a viewer, but like another streamer and friend requested that I watch on stream. That one's a maybe. Depends on how long the Mr. Grill Lab thing is. I'm gonna check this out first. Oh, gross. Cure doggy drooled all over my leg. Nasty. All right, I think this is called, yeah, apologies are selfish.
Now, my life advice is not optimized for material gain. Okay, this is not about trying to get your boss to give you a blow job and a raise, or trick women into having sex with you when they kind of don't want to.
Wow. Uh, he came out with that a little bit stronger than I was expecting. That's pretty funny. All right, for the next like minute, I'm gonna be working to get my shoes off here. I have no fingernails, so it's
Now, a lot of
tough to
self-help
untie
gurus
them.
will lie to you. They're going to tell you that you can be totally honest about who you are and what you are, and you can be yourself, but you can still have all the money in the world and the best job and a girlfriend and whatever. I'm not going to, that's not what we're doing here. Okay? This advice is optimized for intimacy. This is about being emotionally present with yourself and with others. And in fact, this may cost you money if you follow this advice. And when I say apologies are selfish, this isn't some kind of double speak to say, well, it's dishonest to not be selfish. So to not be selfish, you should be selfish. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they're literally just selfish. So this video is for
Froggy style. Thank you very much for gifting a membership. Hey, Alley Cattail's got one. That's very cool. Uh, she's quickly become one of the really good chatters.
people who are capable of thinking that they did
Appreciate you,
something
buddy.
wrong and also feeling bad about it and caring about how, they affected another person. If you're not capable of ever thinking you're wrong, maybe I'll make a separate video for people like that. But so this is for a situation where you think you've done something wrong and it's time to talk about it with somebody else. So let's say, hypothetically, you called your boyfriend fat in a fight that was not about weight.
Oh, I've been good. I've been a lot better. I'd say my wife came back on Thursday. Prior to that, I was not doing super well. I tried to keep it pretty good on stream, but I was having a hard time. She's gone for 10 days, and that's the most we've been apart for 11 years. So, I mean, like, I wasn't like crying myself to sleep every night, but like, it was rough being without her.
Or anything related. You just called him fat
But good
to
now.
lash out at him.
It was
His
rough.
feelings are hurt. You think you fucked up. He thinks you fucked up. And it's time to have a conversation about it. Now, let's just acknowledge some of the weirdness of interpersonal communication.
Oh yeah. Also, I seen your stream. I thought about watching it on stream, but I'll confess I just couldn't wait. I was too interested, and uh, I I wanted to stream that night, but I had to take my wife to, or it was yesterday. It was last night, but I had to take my wife to work, and I knew that I only had like 2 hours, so I had to watch your video, which I almost never do, at like 1.5 speed or 2 times speed. I can't remember which one. I almost never watch your videos sped up, but I was too curious. I had to know. But otherwise, I would have streamed that too.
You tell
But I don't watch things if it's not genuinely my first time through on stream.
somebody a thought you have in your head That makes them have a feeling in their body
Generally.
that hurts them. And then they tell you that they have a feeling in their body that hurts them, and then that hurts you. This exchange of bodily information with other people has significant effects on our emotional and psychological state. And I think intimacy can be defined as a tolerance for this information. So if you're in an elevator with a stranger, and the stranger looks at you and says, I don't know if I want to punch you or fuck you, they're committing a crime. That's illegal to say. It's sexual harassment and it might be a threat. But if your boyfriend says it, you do have to deal with those thoughts and feelings. And you may in turn have your own thoughts and feelings about it that he has to deal with. And in order for this exchange of information to work, there has to be some structure. It can't just be one person all the time is blasting out their feelings. There's no room for anybody else. You have to figure out a way to have a back and forth about this. And how you do that doesn't matter that much. I think the important thing is that there are times where you are emotionally present, but the conversation is not about your emotions. And when your boyfriend is hurt because you called him fat, that is one of those times where you have to do this. You need to facilitate the transfer of his feelings into your brain. And an apology is the opposite of doing that. I'm so sorry.
I get really mad. Oh, $2 from Smith. Booby666. That's funny. Hey, Emery. Um, I think I really do appreciate it, Smith. I get really mad. Like if my wife apologizes to me. Not if it's like I don't really care if it's like a lot of people will just say they're sorry as part of like it's like common parlance. I don't care about that, but if I say something, if I talk about something that hurts my feelings and she apologizes, that makes me really upset. I hate it. I've probably been like that since I don't know, probably since I was like 17, 18.
See, you're just talking
It
about
pisses me
yourself.
off.
I'm such a bitch. I'm fat. I'm a fat fucking ugly bitch. And that might feel good for him to hear.
If they redirected that, it makes me even more angry. I hate apologies. What's worse than an apology is when somebody does that, redirects the thing onto themselves, because then they're just making it about themselves in the worst possible way. Well, then it's like, I'm sorry you feel that way, which is a fake apology, which is somehow worse than an apology. And the absolute worst one is like a combination of these two, which is like, I'm sorry that I'm such a piece of shit. Like that, I I probably hate you as soon as you say that to me. That's not only is it a fake apology and making it about yourself, but then you're also making yourself the victim of my negative feelings that I have that would inspire you to apologize to begin with. I hate that is like optimum, like it's maximum disrespect. What if I say I'm sorry for having Down syndrome? Uh, Probably just give you a piece of candy.
Here, but it's not empathy. It's not giving him what he needs. The whole problem in the first place is you weren't thinking about his feelings. Now you're still not thinking about his feelings. So you have to make space for how he is feeling about the fact that you call him fat. So if he says something like, I can't believe you called me fat, fuck you. If you're ready, you want to make space, you got to respond with something like, yeah, that was really mean. It was really mean of me to do that. See, it's not an apology. You're not talking about yourself. You can condemn your own behavior, but you don't have to talk about your feelings about that condemnation. You're letting him take up the space and dictate the conversation. So he might accept the invitation to talk about what you said, talk about how he's angry or whatever insecurities or whatever wounds that you've poked, or he might try to let you off the hook. And if he tries to let you off the hook, you should not let him shut down his own conversation about his feelings. So for example, he might say something like, well, do you
That's that's really good. That's surprisingly good advice. Holy shit. Very
so for
smart.
example, he might say something like, well, do you really think I'm fat? Do you hate my body? Are you saying? And then, of course, it's an invitation to reassure him, but which you shouldn't do. I know it's nice for both of you to just put this behind you, but if you reassure him, you're shutting down the conversation. So if he says that, you want to respond with something like, look, This isn't really about whether I think you're fat. I didn't say it because I think you're fat. I said it because I wanted to hurt you. I was angry about something else and I took the opportunity to hurt you. It's basically like I threw something at you. It's not really about the object that I threw at you. And by doing that, you can keep the conversation focused on his feelings about that moment where you didn't give a shit about his well-being. And it doesn't.
That's that's what I do. Um, a good example, like the thing that will most commonly happen that like I'm out of line for is I'll snap at my wife if I'm like, say like I'm playing League and she asks me something, and I'll snap and I'll realize that I did, and I'm like, hey, just so you know, I wasn't actually upset with you. I'm just really frustrated with the game. I shouldn't do that. Uh, and she seems to have really positive responses to that. Because that's what's actually happening. And I think it helps remove like a level of insecurity about like approaching me if I'm playing games or something.
Have to follow the structure that I'm saying. I'm just saying that
Wait, who's the dude, me or Mr. Girl?
when someone's angry at you and you want to talk about it, you have to create a structure that facilitates them expressing that to you. If you apologize, you're fucking that up in 4 ways. 1, you're talking about yourself and asking them to listen. 2, you're kind of guilt tripping them in a weird way where you're saying,
I figured that's what
well,
you
your
meant.
feelings about me not caring about you have hurt me. And so now we have to talk about how sad I am and I'll cry on your shoulder and then you'll get
Yeah, that one really pisses me off. That one makes me really upset.
a boner and we'll have sex. 3, you're kind of rug pulling the thing that they're mad about. Like, I understand wanting to issue a retraction and say, I didn't mean that. But if you make the conversation about how you didn't mean that, then it's like, well, what are they mad about? So if you are going to try to take it back, I think you should also offer something tangible for them to hold on to, which is like, yeah, I didn't mean it, but that's what's fucked up. I'm saying shit I don't mean to hurt you. And 4,
Yeah. Um, I'm uh I use that approach too sometimes if I lash out because I'm upset. Like I didn't really mean that stuff. I was angry at you, but that's not right. It wasn't okay for me to do that. And then I'll just sort of listen and let them take control of the conversation and respond to them when they talk.
now
Wow,
this
he's like
one
nailing this for me.
is a little sneaky. When you apologize, you are evaluating the person's feelings and putting a stamp of approval on them. So, what if they thought you called them fat, but you don't think you did? The implication of an apology is, well, if I didn't agree with you, then we'd be fighting. I'd be saying, well, I didn't call you fat. I didn't call you fat. I just said I like that shirt better on you than this other shirt. How's that calling you fat? I just said your big belly hangs below that shirt and you shouldn't fucking wear it. That's not calling you fat. If you're evaluating whether the person is right to have their feelings, you're transforming their feelings from emotions that are felt in their body, which is what they are, into accusations about yourself. It's just a very narcissistic way to think of other people's feelings as being all about you, and then your response is all about yourself. Even if you don't.
That's that's something I didn't know until like 2 years ago. Uh, Emotions are physical things that you feel in your body. My therapist told me that like 2 years ago or something. Uh, I had to like have like a 15-minute conversation to fully understand that. If you don't think that emotions are like things that you feel inside your body, you should like Google that, look it up, and get a better understanding of it. Because nobody told me that growing up at all. I was clueless to that, and it makes them a lot easier to interpret and understand and deal with.
Don't think you call him fat. Even if you think he's being totally oversensitive and controlling and insane by getting mad at you for no reason again, you can still make room for his feelings. What about what I said hurt you? If you don't agree that he should be mad at you, then what you're learning is that he's different from you. He is having an emotional response that is different from what you would have in his position, possibly. Well, so what? He's allowed to be different from you, right? So if you don't take it as a trial that you're on and you're pleading guilty or not guilty, you can just say, okay, I understand now that when I say that your big belly hangs below your shirt, that you're going to take that as me calling you fat. I understand that now. I'm generally against the idea of validating people's feelings. Because when you validate someone's feelings, the implication is that their feelings might be wrong. And so while it feels really good to have somebody say, you know what, you're right, your feelings are right, it feeds into a really unhealthy thought process, or not unhealthy, but anti intimacy thought process that says if your feelings aren't right, then you shouldn't share them. And if someone else's feelings aren't right, you shouldn't listen to them. And then where does that leave us?
I paused it to comment on something you said, and my brain got totally wiped clean by your comment, Clark. My boyfriend just asked me how many calories are in NyQuil. I'm about to lash out. Fuck. I have to go back a little. That got me good.
Intimacy thought
I wasn't ready.
process that says if your feelings aren't right,
Oh, yeah. That's pretty smart too. I'm pretty big on letting people know that their feelings are valid. Uh, but that's a pretty smart uh counter to that. I didn't really think of. I think it's really easy to think that that just sounds dumb and ignore it, but I can absolutely see how if you normally do that and but at other times you don't, you are very clearly sending a message that this is not these are not okay feelings for you to have. That if you bring me feelings that I don't think that are okay, I'm gonna uh judge you and maybe even alienate you for it. Pardon me. Huh.
then you
That's good
shouldn't share
stuff.
them. And if someone else's feelings aren't right, you shouldn't listen to them. And then where does that leave us? Lying. Lying and lonely. So while it might feel good to give or receive that heartfelt, tearful apology, and it might feel like all that anger and all those bad feelings are all melting away, they're not. You're just ignoring them.
Wow. That might be that's definitely my favorite oh wait, this is not a Substack one. I was gonna say it's definitely my favorite Substack one of his, but it's not Substack. I guess I'll just say I really like that. That's really good advice. Uh at least insofar as it resonates with me. Yeah, fantastic. Let's see. I read the description of this earlier. Lab said it's their best episode so far. Padded Walls episode 1. I don't like to keep changing the name. I thought I saw another one where the name was different again instead of Take Your Daughter to Work, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't like that they changed the name at all. I put my nose in black people's business. Max is a white savior. We reflect on our deepest values while condescending each other. I discuss how I am jealous of black victimhood. I talked to Tuna about this. Uh, it might have been my last stream. One of my most recent ones, he came in at the end, and it was after I talked to Smith, Mr. Girl. And we did talk about how we think that uh, women, uh, how would I word this? It seems like a lot of people don't take women's problems very serious, so that it makes sense that they would be jealous of the very justified victim status that like black people have like very clearly earned. Um, because you could never measure up to that like worthiness of victimhood. And so no matter what your problems are, like you'll never be taken as serious, broadly at least. Uh, it's I think that on its face, what Lab says there makes sense, but I don't know if she's gonna say it in a way that's digestible on here or not. I feel like that's just to piss people off.
Hi everyone.
Oh, it's so dark
Uh,
and quiet. Oh, I had to turn it up.
I spent 8 hours today at the hair salon. I'm not happy with the result, and I'm in a
Welcome
bad
to episode 1 of Beady Little Eyes.
mood. Welcome to episode 1 of Beady Little Jew Eyes with your host
Max.
Max Carson and me, your second host, Leah Jane. Today,
Leah
we're going to talk
Jane.
about a very serious topic, but before we talk about that serious topic, I want you all to know that Max wanted
That
me
seems
to
new.
start recording so he could tell the story of why he got him and his partner kicked out of a writing group. Go ahead.
Now,
Oh,
this is the second group, like a creative group I've gotten us kicked out of since we moved to Oregon. And then there's another friend group in LA that I got us kicked out of also. So, dating me has been very socially costly for Shaylin. But this one, so you're supposed to do a share, okay? And you say how you've been doing and how it's affecting your writing process each week. And the first time I did this, we were at the host's house. Or no, not the first time. The first time there was like a problem. And I was talking about YouTube, and I was just, and you have 10 minutes to do your share. So like it's like a 10-minute rant, basically, that every person goes on. So I was like, I want to slit my wrist in front of YouTube's headquarters.
Jesus
And
Christ.
Because
because they banned me.
from YouTube. So
And-
for everyone who doesn't know, who's just watching this for the first time, Max was banned from
I
YouTube.
used to, I was banned from YouTube. Yeah, I was banned from Patreon. I've been banned from YouTube 4 times now, but I was banned from I've been banned from Patreon and Twitch, TikTok. I've been banned from everywhere, and I want them to drink my blood and get sick with it. And and then so that was happening, and then also during my share,
It's not. It shouldn't be funny. I feel it is funny, but I feel bad for laughing. Oh, hey, Tertium. How's it going?
I think it was during my share. Shaylin started moving her foot around because she gets like antsy. She starts bouncing around, and she gets like socially anxious when I start talking.
Yeah, that makes
And-
sense.
Yeah, so like if she can tell I'm like winding up to like say like a big thing, she's like just start. And so I
She
was
wants to
like,
run.
hey,
Yeah.
yeah, but I think this isn't necessarily specific to me. I think that a lot of women get panicked and embarrassed
When the
like,
attention isn't on them.
well that, but also specifically when their boyfriend or husband or whatever like is talking or like telling a story.
Sure.
They're like,
That's why I
I
don't let
can't-
Connor talk online. That's why nobody knows about him.
yeah.
Yeah, it's too anxiety provoking. I just don't even want it to happen. But go ahead.
So she starts shaking her foot around. I was like, hey, can you stop shaking your foot?
I'm not allowed to go into the bank with my wife anymore. Well, at least that one bank. It might be changed now. But I still think she probably wouldn't trust me to go into any bank with her. She was setting up an account, and I don't like banks. I think banks are a pretty dishonest institution. And the banker said something, and I like scoffed, and they were like, "What?" And I just tried to like, it was just like a very instinctive, automatic sort of like, kind of scoff. And she sort of pressed me, and I was like, "All right, look, I tried to divert and just let it go, but she's pushing me." So we got into an argument like about like fractional reserve banking and stuff. And when we left, my wife was like, "I'm so embarrassed. Like, I don't want you to go in the bank with me." Again, I was like, "I think that teller doesn't want, or the bank associate doesn't want me to go in there with you anymore either." So I get it. It makes sense.
And the host was like, there's only four
It's a fair
people in the
critique.
room at this point. It's like a very small group. The host was like, she's allowed to shake her foot. I'm like, I'm not saying she's not allowed to. I'm asking her if she will stop. And Shane was like, oh, yeah, I'll stop. That's okay. I'll stop. And it was like very awkward. And then afterward, he was like, okay, listen, I don't think it's okay for you to say, to like threaten to kill yourself during your share. I was like, okay, I don't think me saying I want to slit my wrist in front of the YouTube building constitutes like me. I'm not. It's not like I'm saying like you guys like I don't know if I'm gonna live anymore. Like I'm just. It's a fucking creative writing group. Like I'm
That's what you
creatively
said? Because
expressing.
you should have said, well, now I want to do it here.
Yes, no, I did. This is what I said. I
Okay.
didn't say what your suggestion is. And then he was like also like everyone here has to. It's like a safe space where people are allowed to shake their feet. I was like, okay, I don't think it's reasonable.
You love watching me react to Max content. Thank you. Hopefully you get something a little bit out of it more than sorry. Hopefully I provided some additional context or something for most people. I do appreciate you saying that.
For Shaylin and I to
This is like probably some of the most enjoyable stuff I do. Because it's like having people over to watch Mr. Real stuff. That's how it feels for me. Because in real life, nobody's gonna sit by the monitor or TV and watch a Mr. Girl thing with me. My wife will listen to the hotline. That's about where she caps out.
like pause our relationship where we're constantly getting annoyed with each other for the group. Like it can't dominate the group. I totally understand, but like if one of us is annoying the other, I think that we're gonna have to still be able to be like, hey, stop doing that. And he said later, he was like, during that conversation about like your share and about Shaylin, I thought you might like hit me or something. Like I didn't feel safe with you in my house.
What the fuck?
I was like,
People don't like seeing anything but like the most pleasant interactions between people that are in a relationship together. My wife and I were both managers at it was like a weird blend of a fast food restaurant and like a sit down restaurant. Like we should have never had a drive through because everything took forever to cook. And like we had like much higher quality stuff, but for some reason they put a drive through in it, which just made everything awful. But anyways, uh, sometimes we'd work at the same time, and if her and I would get into any kind of an argument at all, during the shift, people would get like super uncomfortable, even if that argument would have been like totally fine to have with any other coworker. Uh, and those are the kinds of like that's like the kind of argument that we would have. It's just like arguments that would just be had between coworkers, and people would act like something like weird is happening here, like we're like our relationship's on the line or something like that. And I think that's stupid, but I think that's probably part of what made the people there, or at least this guy, uncomfortable.
like, dude, what? Like, I'm. What are you talking about? Like, I will. If you want me to leave your house, we can leave. I'll leave at any time. You like, what? I don't understand. You're
I
like
feel like he
afraid of me.
racially profiled you.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It was really weird. And then, so then things were like tense for a while, and then I did my last share of the last meeting of the group. I was like, so when I was a kid, I thought I was like really smart. And then as I got older, I started thinking like, I guess I'm not. I think I'm maybe like 20% smarter than other people. But lately, with this physics stuff and like talking to ChatGPT, I've realized I'm like 200% as smart as everybody else around me. I realized people can't understand what I'm saying because they're stupid. No one around me can understand what I'm talking about because I'm just like incredibly smart. And I'm just finally realizing that I'm just actually a literal genius. I just like went on like a megalomaniacal rant and just like faster and faster and faster and
You're so
louder
smart
about
that you
like
can easily just conjure words out of thin air and say them with one try.
hey, there's different types of intelligence.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
Leah. Yeah, so then
Massively infantilize Shaylin by speaking for her and telling her she can shake her leg. Yeah, there's also the weird like Mr. Girl said too, like I'm not saying she can't. I asked her not to. There's also this implication that like he's commanding her to do what he says, to where like she needs somebody to defend. Like it's infantilizing to her, and it's also like putting way more on that statement. It's very weird. I think that if somebody said that to me, yeah, I don't think it really matters who it is about an interaction. If I said that to my wife, somebody said that to me, I'd probably make people uncomfortable with how I'd react. I don't think like I'd freak out, but I think I'd challenge that like on the spot very aggressively.
So then he was
That
like,
would make me
"Well,
really
I
mad.
think this is narcissistic."
It would make me mad because the implications on me. I usually let my wife speak for herself. If she felt infantilized, like I'd probably just let her speak for herself about it. But the amount of like maliciousness that's put on me for that would be really insulting. I wouldn't take very lightly to somebody implying that I would be malicious to my wife like that. The average person, it feels like a command or strong suggestion or something. Maybe. But if so, I think that person, I think I'd feel like that person probably uh, feels like they command like their partner then. Like I guess I would just have to interpret it as like projection because it would be really alien to how I interact with my wife,
Certainly,
and it
most
would make me
certainly.
mad that
Yeah.
it's
And
that
I
far
was like,
detached.
I don't.
A lot of geniuses are narcissistic, though. You'd have
Well,
to be.
I was like, this is supposed to be my share. Why are you telling me? Why are you calling me narcissistic during my? Also like, obviously, I know it's not. Like, you hear the stuff I'm saying. Like, I'm self-aware. I know what I'm saying. I told you I'm really smart. I'm smarter. I can hear
smarter than
what I'm
you.
saying
Yeah,
better
yeah,
than
yeah.
you can hear what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Yeah, and I was like, you. He was like, I didn't call you. He was like, well, I just said what you're saying sounded narcissistic. I'm not saying you're narcissistic. And I was like, don't fucking. If you're gonna be an asshole, just be an asshole. Like, don't insult me during my vulnerable share time and then tell me it didn't happen. Like, what is your problem? Why do you do this all the time? And he was like, all right, I think I don't want you in the group anymore.
Damn.
Shaylin, is that okay with you?
Oh,
And she was like, what? No, no. Like, he thought she was going to be like, yes, finally, which is a big problem that keeps happening.
that's really why. I think this guy just wants to steal Shaylin from him. That's what it sounds like to me. That's very
To
weird.
us, where people think that she's like Melania, where like people think that she secretly is on their side and she's just not.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, she was like, no,
So
and then
Melania.
he was like, also, again, at this point, we're like half of the. There's a few other people in the group, but like they weren't there, so it was just half. We're half the group, and he's like, all right, well, I'm leaving. I'm leaving my own group, and he just like got up and like stormed out of the coffee shop.
Oh, I thought it was at his house.
Well, thank you so much. So today's topic is race,
Okay, I think he was white
and
knighted
the
Shaylin,
N-word.
if I had to guess.
And I want to make sure that I go at this, that we go at this more so.
Yeah.
That we go at this topic with soft and firm hands, and that we're being respectful to all the people who will threaten to kill us.
Did you say respectful?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I wanted to start off by
didn't catch
reading a
that.
tweet that I wrote the other
Jesus.
day that got a lot of people in a tizzy. And trigger warning, N-word incoming. Wait, oh my god, I have to find it. Hold on. I'm so retarded I X'd out of the fucking thing. Okay, hold on. Do you want to
I don't know if I ever say anything for YouTube, but like, they shouldn't say the N word on YouTube. I don't care, but it's against TOS. So I just want to cover my bases.
tell another story where you like hit Shaylin while I look for this?
I've never actually hit Shaylin.
Okay.
Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy because there are just some people who deserve it.
And Shaylin's one of those people.
No. She's most certainly not. Okay. So my tweet. Okay. Trigger warning. You've been warned. Turn back. There's no turning back. Danger. Okay. This is my tweet. Nothing happens when you say nigger. Nobody gets hurt. Nobody dies.
Damn, hard
It's a
to
word.
know.
Virtue signaling against an artifact of speech is weakness. I'm not going to live in a world where I'm scared to make a noise with my mouth. Slurs are just lip movements. If you're hurt by them, you should get a more challenging job or acknowledge what actual adversity is.
That's pretty dumb to say. Like saying I'm gonna kill you or like I'm gonna rape you are just lip movements by that standard. That's obviously not the thing that's making people upset. It's a dumb take.
Every race has a slur, and they're all kind of funny. Call me a honky or a kike. I will laugh. Laugh with your friends and stop signaling a competition of who the most pure being is on the earth. Context matters. Grow up. Take the liberal social media brainworm out of your head with some good tweezers. You will be happier.
Context does matter,
So what do you think about this, Max?
but
Well, I disagree with you on a few levels, but first,
context matters. But she reduced it to just being sounds, which is fucking dumb. It's really dumb. I think that overall the way people engage with slurs and the way they police it is pretty overboard. But I think that she's not a good advocate for why that would
first
be.
of all, I want to ask, do you think that your claim is undercut by your trigger warnings?
Oh, I thought that like when she said it a bunch, I was like, it seems pretty dumb that she's gonna trigger warning this much. If she feels comfortable enough to tweet it, she should feel comfortable enough to just say it without doing that.
Perhaps.
I didn't because I didn't want to get ahead of myself.
But I want to make sure that people at least had a head start on sharpening the pitchfork, I guess.
Okay. Because you said nothing happens, but then you give warnings as though something maybe does happen.
Yeah, I guess something could happen to me.
That's what happens when you say the N-word.
Yeah, that is one of the
The
only
good
things
people
that
like
happens.
Leah get hurt.
Yeah, really.
Jesus.
Fantastic people like me. What do you disagree with?
Oh, a few things.
Okay.
There's a close connection of the N-word to violence. And so when someone has done violence to you or your family and said a word while they did it, and then someone else says that word, it feels like a threat to people, I think. And then also
Well,
the
let me
normal is
clarify. Is I still think that if you're using it as a derogative, racist term, that's still not okay. I don't think you should go out of your way to racially disrespect people or disrespect people in general.
okay.
But I think through 100 years at least, the N-word has turned into something completely different. It's unlike any slur in that it's been normalized and used in 1,000 different ways. There's 100 different contexts you can use it in. It's not always just pejorative. It's not always just a racial slur. Well, it is always, I guess, a racial slur, but it's not always just a racial slur. So this is my opinion, is that if it's in the right context, it should be okay. Just like any languages. Just like if you call your like best friend like a stupid bitch, you're not gonna walk up to a random stranger or like a person with Down syndrome and call them a stupid bitch. It's different when you do
Is
that.
that why
But
Smith
when you
said
call your
that?
friend a stupid bitch,
About Down syndrome
different.
earlier?
Mm-hmm. But yeah, obviously there's context in which people think the word is fine, like when black people say it or say it to each other or say it in rap songs. But it feels like you're arguing that the word itself shouldn't have any inherent emotional power.
yeah, of course I believe that.
But I think that the power of the word is that it's imbued with violence, and that that's why it's said irreverently in rap songs because it's imbued with
Well,
violence.
it's mostly said irreverently. So that like I don't know if you agree with this. I think that just through life experience, I think that I've heard it maybe 1% of the time it's used. I think it's like an actual racial slur, like someone trying to hurt someone's feelings for being black. 1% of the time these days. I think the other 99% is very blasé, very like it's. I don't think it's used to harm. I don't think it's.
I don't know, I feel like there was like a small window in time where that was the case, but now it's become so taboo and so uh, charged to use it that I feel like that number probably goes up. Because if you're saying it now, it probably means that only the people that don't care about the stigma are going to be the ones that are saying it. And I think that it's just necessarily going to be the fact that the more people don't, the majority of the people who don't care about the stigma probably don't care because they're going to say it in a
even
shitty way.
referencing like the dark sordid history of Black America. I think it's become its own thing entirely.
That's true. The other side of that is what you're saying, Ben, is that because it makes people so uncomfortable that it does become more funny to say it. If you're the kind of person that likes like shock comedy, and I do, it becomes like way funnier of a word to use to catch people off guard. So that's valid. Yeah, the breaking of the social norm is what gives it that little extra punch.
In the same way that queer has. Queer used to be like, I mean, in the 90s, if you were called a queer, there's a lot different than if you're like, I'm queer now. You're
Sure, but-
queer.
That's not the same at all. What?
Black people have not claimed the N-word as a label.
Oh,
They definitely
Sure.
don't want you. Yeah, they don't want you to refer to them.
not yet.
I don't think
Actually, I
that's,
think some have. I've seen a few episodes of Atlanta, and I feel like they make it clear.
You've seen black people be like, "Sorry, it's not African American. I need you to call me a nigger."
Yeah, not like that.
I'll get offended if you don't call me a nigger. Yeah,
no, but
I
with
don't.
it, like a nigga. Yeah, like I'm.
That's
like,
totally different.
That's not the same though.
No, sure.
As much as I think people having conversation about slurs are usually like really soft and stupid, I think that the only thing dumber than that is pretending that hard R and soft A are
Still,
the
the
same.
N-word carries many.
You're clearly
Styles.
talking about the hard R in your tweet.
Sure, but I just think the N-word in general.
Word, one word.
Okay, I've not seen people identify as the hard R as a label they want to
Sure,
be called.
sure,
It seems like a word they
But I
really
don't
want
think
to
it's
be.
so. Part of the reason why this word is so loaded is because of the trauma attached to it, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that it's connected to violence, and that it's not just like calling someone I mean, maybe a bitch is a little more like that because that's also connected to violence.
Yeah. So is horror. So is
Mhm.
I mean, there's
A man calling another man a bitch is heavily associated with violence. I don't know if a man or another woman calling a woman a bitch is necessarily indicative of violence or associated with violence. I don't think of it as that way. But if a man calls another man a bitch, that definitely feels like a call to action.
plenty of other ones that people use. Faggot. People use that all the time. People don't identify as a faggot. People are still saying it.
That one more so, for sure. Although I'll admit, I think that The word faggot's lost a lot of its steam. Like, I think that like gay rights have come to like a pretty far place to where you're probably more likely to get shit for being bigoted towards gay people than you are not. I feel like more of society is on the side of like gay people being like just equal than not in overwhelming numbers, which is why I feel comfortable saying the word in this context rather than still probably not going to say the N word on
and
stream.
it's different. And also, I don't know. I had a
I don't feel that afraid of it.
talk with someone where I was like, if like not all black people can use the word either. Like Africans who have no ties to American slavery can't use it because that's not
Yeah, they can.
not their word to claim. It's very interesting how like even I've seen even discourse on like Black Twitter about that. And then it's like, okay,
That's only on
surely this
Twitter.
is just
If it's real life, nobody's gonna question any black person who says the N word. I'm like, oh, really? You just said that? Where are you from? That's not gonna happen.
my opinion about the N word is that nobody genuinely cares. I've never met a black person who genuinely cares ever. And I grew up around plenty of black people. I grew up very racially
I know black people that genuinely care.
integrated.
I know some that don't at all, but I know several that
with
genuinely care.
Mexicans and black people and maybe a couple white people. And at least in my friend group, at the very least. And people were just saying it every other word and the way that you do when you're in middle school and from the inner city. And I think that that's led me to believe that very few, and even meeting adult black people now, in places like maybe Discord, but maybe that's, you know, a little different than the average black population, I guess. But still, every black person every black person that I've ever met doesn't actually have like an emotional response to this word. Just like do you have an emotional response to kike?
Yeah.
I don't at all.
I feel the bite when she said it.
I think because
I'm not Jewish, but like it's like ooh.
I think that racism is a disease of the like. I think that you're mentally ill and diseased if you're racist. So I'm like, if you use
I have
that
an emotional
against me-
response to nigger.
Oh, interesting.
Probably stronger than my response to kike.
Interesting. Why do you think that is? Actually, let me finish my thought. What I was going to say is because I think that there's no meaningful social programs that have directly assessed problems in Black America, because it's hard to talk about those problems, because it's racist to talk about those problems, or uncouth to talk about those problems, like the Black crime rate or the single motherhood rate in Black communities. Because we've been unable to assess that with something like reparations, where we can make this community stronger and make up for a lot of lost time. One of the only ways that Black people feel that they can exhibit power is through social coercion, which in this case I think becomes the N-word.
You mean guilt tripping?
Not even guilt tripping. I think to some extent policing. Because it's guilt tripping, but it's also, it can be very violent. Like, I don't know if you saw how many people were like threatening to like hurt me or kill me, but it was quite a few people in just that tweet. And I wasn't even using it. I would never call a Black person nigger in my life. It's not even something that I think like I would ever do. At least in that way. I've said awful things to my friends, just if they've said awful things to me for a laugh, but I would never in a bigoted way say that. But even just referencing the word nigger is enough to elicit a very policed response online, which I understand.
Well, it sounds like you think it's fake. So
I think to some degree, at least, yeah, at least to some degree it is.
well, you're saying you don't think any Black people are offended by that word. So that sounds like you're saying it's entirely fake, unless you are overstating your position there.
Even if I think you are offended by the word, I think it's very removed. I don't think that it's ever present in your life, and I don't think like you want to. Like I think it's annoying. If you hear a white person say it to like a rap song or like say it in a video game, like while you're in a Call of Duty lobby. Like I don't think that, and I think that that's also different. That elicits a different response than going up to a black person as a racist and calling them a nigger. Yeah. Like I don't think that anyone cares if a white person raps the N-word. I don't think anyone cares about that. I don't think really people care in a Call of Duty lobby.
Okay, but in your tweet, you're not
Mhm.
rapping the N-word. You're
I think, hey, Bad Horse, nice to see you. Thanks for using the Kiora emote. It's the best emote. I think that in a Call of Duty lobby, it's changed a lot. I remember, what is Black Ops 2? This kid was like going crazy, saying the N word and all kinds of racist shit. Like it just seemed like he was trying to just be like a little edgelord. And he went on for like 2 or 3 minutes just nonstop. And then some just came on and was just like, y'all gotta knock it off with the racist shit for real. And you can just tell he's just exhausted by it. Like, I don't think he was like devastated emotionally by it or anything, but like, it gets old. You don't want to hear people just keep on beating down on your race. But that was a long time ago. The last Call of Duty, like Modern War, I don't know if it's the last one. Modern Warfare, the new Modern Warfare. That's not Modern Warfare. That's not the one that's just out. God, I fucking hate how they name shit. I was playing, I don't know, some game mode. Who cares? And this kid was playing. He had like somewhere around 12 or 13, 14, 15, something like that. And he goes, "Oh, got you, faggot." And just to be silly about it, I was like, "Huh, what did you say?" And everybody in the lobby just started dogpiling this kid. They're like, "What's wrong with being gay?" He's like, "No, I didn't mean it like that." And they just like went crazy. Like eventually I couldn't even hear people. They were all piling on him so hard and aggressive. And I was like, "Oh my God. The times have really fucking changed." Like nothing has like opened my eyes to people, like to social change more than seeing like a woke Call of Duty lobby. That was wild to me. In fact, that same game, when it first came out, I think like the second day I was playing it, some dude was on there who was like, "Hey, just for old time's sake, could somebody please call me the N word?" And I was like, "All right, I got you, homie." And I did. And he was like, "Fucking thank you," just like old times. I thought that was so funny.
saying
Yeah, I
nothing
mean,
happens
Call of
when you,
Duty
I-
is
when you
well,
say
nothing
it.
does. Like nobody is physically
has
harmed.
come a long way.
I'm saying that you have the choice whether or not to be
Nobody's
offended by
physically
a
harmed
word.
if you wave a gun around in a hotel. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
that's
not-
different than saying a slur.
I understand that. I'm just saying physical harm is
It's a
not.
bad
No one's
metric.
saying
But
they're
you have
physically harmed by the word.
but you have a choice to respond to a word where you don't have really a choice to respond
Hey,
to someone.
Kilo. How's it going? I am well. I just talked about it a little bit ago. My wife was in the hospital for like 10 days, so I wasn't doing great. And she came home, so I took a little break from streaming, but now I'm doing pretty good. I tried to stream last night. I was so tired. I didn't even make it 10 minutes being home before I just like passed out. Lav said she dropped character for this episode, but this is just her doing the same shit she usually does. I can't believe that she said that. This seems like spot on what I would expect Lav to be. If things are being sorted out, that's good. Yeah, she's doing much better. She's all good and healthy. So yeah, I'd say things are good. I really wanted to stream last night. Oh yeah, they watched pretty much everything that I put out, so I'm sure they'll see this. I also wanted to stream because it's my mod Elkenstein's birthday yesterday, and I wanted to be able to stream if for no other reason to just be able to tell him happy birthday on his birthday, but I didn't. So happy birthday, Elk! Happy belated birthday. I really wanted to stream to tell you on the day of, because I appreciate you being a mod. And a chatter, and just a pretty decent guy.
physically threatening you. Like there's
I don't think
there's
that's
more
true.
of a choice and power there.
From Kilo
You're
too.
just being stupid.
No,
Of course,
It's
there's
a little
more of a
louder.
choice.
Oh, it
In
can
the
be
same way
louder.
where I
I
don't
don't think
care
you
if
can
someone calls me a kike. Like, what is that? Or someone called me a wetback? Who cares?
I don't think she understands. There's like even if you don't care about the race thing, I'm a bit more in Code Geass, by the way. Not too bad. That's awesome. I love that. Like, I don't really care. Like, Tuna makes Italian jokes at me a lot. And I don't really care if somebody says, like, WAP or something. But if somebody calls me that, who's, like, not, like, my friend or something, just saying it just to fuck with me, it bothers me because there's, like, an inherent statement in there that, like, it's like a more targeted way of saying, like, fuck you. I don't, like, they're trying to disrespect you on purpose. And it bothers me when people like want to hurt my feelings on purpose. Like that they're like if I know for a fact that they're trying to get under my skin for the purpose of like getting under my skin, that's some fucking hateful shit. That bothers me. I don't care about the race component. Really, I care about that they think that I might care about the race component, and that makes me upset.
I don't think you can choose how you feel.
I think that's ridiculous.
That doesn't make any sense. It even
What do you mean
just
you can't choose how you feel?
why don't you just be happy?
You can do that.
Why don't you do it then?
I have done it.
Why don't you do it
But
all
you
the
do it all the
time?
time. Yeah.
I do it whenever I think about it. Yeah.
No. Why don't you just always float through life euphoric? Why would you ever
That's not
have
the
any
same
bad
thing as
feelings at all?
making distinct choices in distinct moments. So when you can't turn on something in your brain that makes you happy, but you can make distinct choices when given feedback or by given a stimulus to
So
react in a way that you deem appropriate, in a way that serves you, in a way that makes you
But what are the
happy. Or
choices
you can make
based
distinct
on?
choices like, oh, I want to be happier, I'm going to go out in the sun more, and I'm going to
But
go
what is-
exercise. Like
but
that's
what
a
is
What do you what's the equivalent of going out in the sun for not being affected by racism?
that
that's
choice?
a choice to be happy.
What is that choice based?
I don't like this argument because it'll always come off as soy, but Lav is viewing the conversation around the N word from the lens of privilege. Yeah, obviously. She said earlier that it's just making sounds with your mouth, which is obviously fucking stupid. It's, I think for a lot of people, I'm guessing at least, I would guess that for a lot of black people, they would be bothered by the N word for the same reason I'd be bothered if somebody like that like wasn't like friendly fucking with me, saying like calling me a wop just to be edgy to like fuck with me. There's like an implication that like I'm doing this to offend you, and it's almost like a challenge. I'm challenging you. Like I'm calling you a bitch. It's a call to action. I want to see what I can get away with you because I don't respect you. And my way of showing you that I don't respect you is by saying it and putting you on the spot in front of other people so they can see how you behave in response to disrespect. I think that's got to be like a big part of it. Even if you don't understand it that way, well, like, even if you don't process it that way, I think that there's still an understanding of that's what's happening. And even if that's not, I feel like even if you do have a very specific and personal reason for why it bothers you, I think you'd still understand this dynamic. If it's, even if you're not like consciously aware of it all the time when it's happening, I think if it's brought up, this would resonate with a lot of people. She can't sincerely understand the impact of a word that was used as a way of indicating that their worth was of mere property, not as a person of moral consideration. Yeah, I think the history, like with the N word particularly, like there's a lot of history that goes into it. Like you grow up understanding that like when people say this, it's a very strong affront too. Like there's the social reasons. This is the reason that I just laid out. There's like a multitude of factors that make it a difficult burden to take when somebody calls you that. And I just think that Like she's not even acknowledging it. Like I would take her arguments a lot more seriously if she would address some of those things and then explain why she doesn't think that matters. Um, like I don't know if I'd probably not agree with her, but I think she'd have a much stronger position to stand from uh, if she was coming at it from that angle. But she's ignoring like basically every reason why people would actually be upset about it, and saying that it's essentially that it's just performative, which sometimes clearly it's people get more upset because they can about it. Um, Sometimes, but I think it's fair to not assume performativeness in most situations.
Based on. Like it's
She can somehow be flabbergasted and disgusting that Destiny called her a bitch in front of his entire misogynistic audience, but not understand her casually using the N word as if it's just, I'm assuming there's like any other word, can be a form of disrespect and lack of consideration for how it impacts the others. Just crazy. You nailed it. Yeah, absolutely. I didn't even think about the her getting upset about being called a bitch like that. Um, that's super wild because she does understand. She understands what it's like to be otherized in front of people that'll kind of revel in that. Yeah, that makes it really hard to believe her in this. I'm gonna keep it playing for a second. I'm just grabbing some water.
your choice is based
I'll
on
be right
a
back.
non-voluntary thing. Like eventually, if I keep asking you, well, what's this based on? What's this based on? Eventually, you're going to have to say, well, you do have a reaction to what's happening that you can't control, and then you can control something after that.
Sure.
But the idea that you could, okay, but the idea that you could entirely control your reaction to everything that's happening around you,
Sure, let's
I
say we
mean-
can control secondary emotions or at least your actions.
okay, and that I think,
And then my argument would come in that I think that to be, and I don't know if you'll agree with me, but I think to be fully racially integrated, we should be able to use the same language as everyone. Like, I think that white people distinctly not being able to say the N word or rap along to songs or to call their friend.
well, I don't know.
People who complain about white people saying the N word when they're rapping along with a song are retarded. I called into Wick Slur panel to point this out. I went to the Jordan Lucas show in Detroit, sang every lyric. Everybody that was around me sang every lyric, and it was a very, very mixed crowd. Like I would say, it would be really hard to say what like the most predominant skin color at that event was because it was like a pretty good blend. And no one gave a shit because everybody knew. Excuse me for an example. Everybody knew that I didn't buy a ticket to this show so that I could go and be around black people and say the N word. That's not why I showed up. I didn't learn all the words to his songs so that I could be racist around them and not have them know. This is something that nobody had to explain to anybody. We all just know it. Period. For somebody to make that claim is to say that I can't possibly understand what every single person at St. Andrews Hall during that show knew inherently with no discussion. We all just knew it. It's more racist to not sing it. Yeah, kind of. The idea like, well, if I sing the N-word, then a black person might get mad at me. Or you could take another, or worse, you're kind of making some pretty unsavory judgments about black people.
What do you mean by be able to? Like it's legal. You
Well,
mean
of
people
course.
should
Well,
have this
it's more racist to not sing it if you want to sing it.
same emotional reaction to it?
Yeah.
But how does that translate to being able to? Like you're able to say,
Like if you don't want to sing it and you're like, no, I'm gonna, then
Yeah.
But how does that translate to being able to? Like, you're able to say you made the tweet, you
No,
didn't
you
get
know,
banned.
no, you know what I
Nothing.
mean. I think
No,
that,
I don't know what you mean because you're allowed to say nigger and upset black people. You're allowed to.
Just let you say it. I can't let you say it in YouTube chat, unfortunately. I don't really care. Like, if people aren't being hateful, I don't really care about it. I got banned on Facebook one time for like a week because I didn't know that it was bannable at all. And like somebody put a post that said, type the N word, I dare you, you won't do it. And I was like, I'll do it. And then like within like 30 seconds, it's like you were banned. I was like, oh shit, they got me. It was like in a meme group or something like that. I was
To
like,
I
offend black
know.
people.
No, I
You're allowed to
know.
call black people a nigger if you want to. There's nothing stopping you from doing that.
Don't I know it? Don't I know it?
Well, I'm just saying that. I'm
no,
just
but
saying.
you obviously know what
she said she dropped the character for this.
you obviously know what I mean, which is
Oh
that
no, I'm
there
saying
should-
that I think that you're
I
making
don't
the
think that there should
implication that
be-
you're
I
not
don't-
allowed to offend black people, but you are. You can make black people really mad if you want to, and there's not in America. There's not much they can do about it.
Sure,
But-
but what I'm trying to say is that there should be a reframing of the way that we think of this word because it does more harm than good. So what I was just about to say,
Yeah,
hold
but
on,
this
let me
doesn't make-
finish.
this
So
doesn't
what
make-
I was
this doesn't make-
about to say
This doesn't
is
make
that
sense.
when you have a
Yeah, I feel like I have a hard time feeling like she's being honest in this. Like me watching this, I've made it really clear where I stand. Or at least I have attempted to make it really clear where I stand on the use of slurs. I've been honest about times that I have used them. And like when I think is okay to use them and not. And even when I when I typed in Facebook, it was probably bad. It was probably bad for me to do that. I wouldn't say probably. I shouldn't have done that. It was pretty short-sighted of me. I wasn't trying to make anybody upset. I was just like, of course you like you're gonna challenge me. Like, I don't give a shit. This is fine. Like, nothing will happen. And I rightfully got banned. That's fine. It's like she's trying to make me hate her. Like, I want to like her, but I can't overall. Lab confuses me because I had a long conversation with her, like 3 hours, recorded just for myself so I could look back at the conversation because I'm really forgetful, especially after I talk to somebody online. I forget a lot. And she was a lot more normal. It was like a regular, normal human conversation that we had. Then when we talked online, she wasn't that far off when I talked to her about I think it was about, I don't know what it was about, but it was after she was on like the panel with Tuna about AI stuff. She was pretty close to that, but not quite as normal on stream. But talking to her privately, she's a pretty normal, regular person, and this feels very performative to me.
a bad word that every single person says that I've
Which I normally expect Lab to be performative, but if she's saying she dropped the character, that's bonkers. This is very performative.
never met one person who has not said nigger
Least I think.
in my fucking life. Black or white, Mexican. Every single person says this. One, you have to go into hiding to say that, and virtue signal to say, oh, I've never said this before. Or you have to go into you have to deny that anyone has said this and we can just pretend that there are people who haven't said this word. And also, there is the reality that there should be that there's social currency attached to moral purity, especially when it comes to race relations or words that you should say. And so now we have this population who can basically do anything that they want, say any racial slur ever, black people, and this population that's not allowed to partake in this at all. What that creates in
I don't think black people have a pass to say any slur that they want. I don't know why she would say that. I don't know where she'd get that
instead
from.
of like a sensitive society that's like race conscious in a positive way, that becomes a society that's very race conscious in a negative, divisive way, because there's a very clear distinction between one group and the other. And I think if a black person was in a friend group, or if a black person was made themselves or was okay with being uncomfortable with their white friend rapping uncomfortably, listening to their friend rap a Kendrick Lamar song, I think that 20 years from now, we will be in a much more racially integrated society than if we don't do that.
I think there's a big logical flaw in the foundation of what you're saying, where you're saying,
Mr. Gorilla is very well suited for this conversation. I think he's grounded it really well each time.
there's this like weird loop where you say, I should be allowed to offend people, but they shouldn't be offended by the offensive thing I want to say. Which then implies that actually you don't
No,
think
you
you should
can
be
be
allowed.
offended. I think the secondary action is what matters. So it's how you react to being offended. Because I think
Yeah,
that
but
you
you're-
can.
you're
I think
con-
that it is. It is.
I
a
get what you're
to
saying.
let
but
yourself
it
be
feels
to
like
have your reaction, but to react
I understand
secondary
what you're
react
saying.
differently.
I understand what you're saying.
I'm telling black people what to do.
That's fine, but I'm saying that I'm not offended by what you're saying. I'm saying it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
And here is where I think the logic breaks down.
Okay.
You're saying we should be allowed to say this word. And what you really mean by that is that people shouldn't get really upset by it.
Or that there should be social consequences. Yeah.
There should be social
The combination of
In
these
fact,
two
I'm saying it's a
ideas-
positive thing. I'm saying
The fact that she thinks her black friend would want to listen to Kendrick is racist. That's fair. That's fair.
and no, I'm not even saying that it's a neutral.
My black friend loves classical music. I honestly, I don't know. I don't think I have like a category of music that my friends. I don't think that like my black friends as a collective have like a music preference that I've noticed. It seems pretty eclectic.
Thing, and that there should be an absence of action. I'm saying
Well,
that
yeah.
it would be a positive thing to do this.
I get what you're saying. I get what
Okay,
you're saying.
But there are people
but-
watching this who might not understand what I'm saying, so I'm clarifying.
Okay. Can I clarify what I'm saying?
Sure.
Okay. I don't think what you're saying makes sense for the following reason.
Okay.
You're saying two things that I think are logically inconsistent. One is that you should be allowed to say things that upset people,
Yeah.
and the other is that they shouldn't get upset. And the conclusion is that you think that you're not allowed to upset people, and that the way for us to be allowed to use the N-word would be for people to stop getting upset. But then that leads to this weird utopia where, yeah, we're allowed to say whatever we want, and it doesn't upset anybody. But then,
I don't think that's what I'm saying. So let me clarify.
but then,
Because
well,
I
why
still
does
don't
our
think that you
why does
should be
wait
able-
why does our
Clarification
freedom
wars.
of being able to say what we want need to rely on other people not being upset about it?
So that's a different. Okay, so I know where you're coming from, but I'm saying, there's not. I obviously think that, like, if we're talking like First Amendment law wise,
I do think that Mr. Grill understands what she's saying, but I think he's also sidestepping the point of what she's saying. I think it seems pretty obvious to me that what she's saying is that she thinks that the social ramifications for using slurs are misaligned with what they ought to be. She thinks that there's too extreme of a response to people using slurs, and I think he understands that. But he doesn't want to let her get away with wording it so bad, so he's not actually addressing that.
you should be able to offend
This seems a
anyone.
little dishonest on his part.
But I'm talking on like a.
But he could just be like autistically focusing on exactly the word she's using too. But I think he probably gets it and is just mad that she's presenting it the way that she is, and so he's taking it at face value.
A social
And I don't know why she's not able to pick up on that and then just reframe it better.
laws, or at least
Yeah, but
cultural.
I gotta go back a little bit.
Talking on like a social laws, or at least
Yeah, but
cultural
I'm
laws.
saying,
Let
but
me
I don't get
finish.
what well, I want you to address specifically what
Oh, I don't know if this was true, but I've taken it for granted as true for a long time. Um, I used to live with one of my cousins in a city where he told me, and they're very progressive city, so I didn't doubt it. But it wasn't until I was just about to tell a story that I thought maybe it might not be true. That it was like you could be, I think, fined for calling a black person the N
What
word.
does it mean to socially be not allowed to do something versus socially it just upsets people a lot?
So this is the argument that I'm making. I think that it is for the greater good that black people let themselves be uncomfortable for a couple years with white people adopting their language.
Hmm. But calling someone a nigger
That's
isn't
my
adopting
point.
their language. That black people don't call each other niggers.
Well, they do.
Not like that.
They do. I've seen it my whole life. They do.
It's not.
But I don't know why you're saying that they don't.
Well, you're
because they
saying
do.
you're
But
saying
I'm
like
I'm
nigga
talking
give me
about
like
I'm talking
nigga
about
give me my water bottle nigga, like they say that, but they're not like, man, you're a fucking nigger. I don't ever want to see you on my property again. They don't say
Jesus
no.
that.
But I'm not
Christ.
saying that white people should be allowed to do that either.
But that is the N word that people are offended by. Okay, so are
That's
you
not,
saying
no,
that
no,
all
no,
of this?
Hold on, because that's not true.
But in
So
your tweet you said
you are
Nigger. When you say
yeah.
Uh, that was pretty. I caught me off guard a little bit, so I just feel like YouTube. I don't approve of that. Okay, all right. I don't want somebody to report me for watching this, and say that like I don't know. I don't know what all the rules are, but I don't want to get banned off of YouTube. That fucking sucks.
nigger with
Yes.
an ER, people
I'm
are.
talking about all under the nigger umbrella. There are multiple versions
I understand
of
that,
that
but this is
word.
like a Mott and Bailey thing where you're like, I should be able to say nigger and no one should react. And you're like, and people are like, well, that's really offensive. And you're like, what are you talking about? You say, hey, nigga, what's up? What's the difference? They're all under the same umbrella, but they're not the same. One
Okay,
is
why are
like,
you acting like I haven't already clarified? This is a problem. Because one, I've already said you should
Wait, is she really clarified? I don't know. I think like now I feel like Lav doesn't know what the fuck she's saying.
not be able to
Mr. Girl's like he's holding her to task at this point pretty well, and I don't understand her response. Uh, she explained. She kind of explained that the what she really means there, but also I think that she's like when he's talking back to her about it, it seems like she's not getting it still. I don't know
just
what the fuck's going on with this.
inconsequentially walk up to someone and call them a racial slur.
I don't know what you mean by be able, because you keep saying you should be allowed to do this. You shouldn't, you're
I
not
think
allowed
there
to do
should
this.
there
You are
should
allowed
be
to do this.
social
People get,
consequences. Okay, why don't you let me talk?
I don't know what you, because I don't know what you mean.
Okay,
I
so
want you
why
to
don't you let me
define
talk
the
and clarify then?
because
I
you're
think
not
there should
clarifying.
be. Yes, I am. Well,
I
because
don't
you won't
think-
let me talk.
Okay.
I think that there should be social consequences for being a racist.
Okay.
For doing something that clearly exhibits that you harbor white supremacy or racial or racial animosity. There should
Okay.
be consequences for that. I do
Ninja
not think
Incorporated.
Can you
that it is
can you
always
tell me what
clear.
you mean by that? I don't know what you mean when you're
To
talking
walk
about.
up to someone to if
No,
I
no,
was
no,
if
no.
I was
I know
talking,
what I know what you mean by animosity. I don't know what you mean by social. Tell me the difference between the following things:
okay.
people getting mad,
Let her in.
social consequences, not being allowed to
People
say
getting
something,
mad is social consequences. Losing your job is
Okay.
social consequences.
not being allowed to say something, or being allowed to say something. These, I feel like I don't know what you mean by these different things.
I don't know what you don't get.
Oh my god.
I can't see you. All right, I'm gonna leave the call and come back so I can see you.
She's invited to my book
Okay, I
burning.
can see. What I don't get, if you're not allowed to make people mad, then I don't know what it means to be allowed to say something that makes people mad. I just,
Okay, so
I
why don't-
I just
okay, what
I
about
reject
this?
the
You're
whole like
allowed to get people
anti-woke.
mad. You're allowed to get
Okay.
people mad.
Okay.
And also, you should be allowed to discuss this the way that I am.
Okay.
It seems like she wants the same kind of stigma that currently exists for people that use slurs. to be put on people who are offended by the use of slurs, which is also pretty stupid.
But you are. What's stopping you?
And people should listen to you. And people should listen to me because I'm smart. No, I just think that right now, especially, maybe it's a generational thing. In my generation, it is seen as this is a forbidden no, something. There's no space to talk about it. This is not something that you say.
I understand that it's a social faux pas, but in that people say you're not allowed to, but you actually are
not getting.
That you are conflating making people mad and not being allowed to do something. I reject this. I reject this.
This
is a very frequent.
Think anyone should be mad at using the word
I
nigger
understand.
Or nigga
there are two things that you need to
in a lot of contexts.
Okay, black people shouldn't get mad when you say nigger. You said that. And
yes.
Unless you're saying it with animosity. And
sure.
You should be allowed to do that.
She's screaming at me. Do
Okay.
you hear her?
No.
Oh, she's yelling.
Oh, how does he not?
But what I'm saying, you haven't connected, and I feel that a lot of anti-woke people do this, where they say you're not allowed to do this anymore. You're not, and they'll usually say something that actually you are allowed to do, or they haven't defined what it means to not be allowed to do something.
Hey, leader, how's it going? We're just listening to Lav and Mr. Grill say the hard R a whole bunch.
So does it mean you got fired from your job? You got banned from a social media platform?
I've literally already clarified this, that there should be no people should not get mad. I've already said this. People should not get mad at people for saying the N-word. That is my claim.
But if people do get mad, does that mean you're not?
All right. Now Lav has definitely crossed over a line. She has said the hard R several times. If she's making this point, not once should she use the nomenclature N-word at all. If she really thinks this, she should be saying it the entire time. Like, I have a free speech video that I'm working on, and whenever I talk about slurs, I say them because it's about free speech. She's abdicating that white people should be able to say the hard R, but then sometimes still says N-word instead. That makes no fucking sense. It means that she understands that what she's saying doesn't actually line up with how she really thinks and feels about it. Have you seen the risk? I did watch the Smith. If you're talking about Smith's stream, where he pulls up part of Mr. Grill's Patreon members only stream. Yeah, I watched that. I watched that last night. I wanted to watch it on stream, but I couldn't wait. I was too impatient. And if it's somebody else's stream, like, I think only the Mr. Grill and Destiny videos are like the only videos that I've watched on stream that aren't like me watching it for the first time. So it would have felt a little weird for me to watch that again tonight. It would have felt like a little bit dishonest. Because like this like what I'm doing with these are usually just react streams. But I thought it was good. I really enjoyed it. I thought that it kind of made me sad. Has your opinions changed on the Mr. Grill Smith question? I don't think so. I think it's nuanced. I certainly have questions I didn't have before. But I think it's something that I'd have to like talk to Mr. Grill and or Smith in order to like really form a strong opinion about it, because I'm really only hearing, well, I guess I'm not just hearing the one side, because I heard Mr. Grill said two. It was a little confusing for me to try to like take all that and then formulate like a strong opinion
Not
about
allowed to? Because you're like, in my generation, people think you're not.
Either way, it's still I thought it was like a pretty emotional stream, and I felt bad seeing Smith go through all those emotions on stream.
Not
What
allowed
does
to talk about
allowed
this.
mean?
But people
so you're
thinking
doing
you're
the
not
same
allowed
thing
to.
now, where you're like, should they not be allowed to be? No, I'm just saying the opinion that I think that you should not, one, threaten violence over someone. I think that it is worse to
Okay.
threaten violence on someone than it is to say nigger, in most contexts. I don't think that people should allow it to affect their life in any significant way. And I think that we should normalize and and get on board with the idea of full racial integration. And that means language. That means adopting each other's language. So in the same way that black people can say, gee willikers, white people can start rapping nigga in a Kendrick Lamar song. I don't know what you're not understanding here.
And she only know one black rapper.
What I don't understand is how the concepts of being allowed to do something and making people mad when you do it are related to each other. I don't get if you're saying, because it sounds like sometimes you're saying you're not.
I talked to Mr. Grill about free speech, and I used the same kind of language Lav is using here, and he called me on it, and I feel like I got it right away.
Allowed to do
Max,
things.
you're actually I have already said everyone is literally allowed to even be racist in America. You are literally allowed to go up to a black person and tell them that they're a nigger in a contentious way. You are allowed to do that.
That's true. And yet,
I'm talking about social steering.
Yes.
But she keeps
social steering.
I believe that there is a separate law that we all impose on each other.
Yes. With anger and outrage.
Yes.
Yes.
And some of that is good and positive. And I acknowledge that. So some shut the fuck up. Some social steering is good and positive. I'm making the argument that fighting about racial slurs is not as good and positive, and actually keeps us more divisive than unified.
What I'm concerned about is a moving goalpost for what constitutes socially not being allowed to do something. Where sometimes people are just mad.
Of course that's a moving goalpost.
In your definition. So sometimes you'll say, you're allowed to do this, and people are allowed to get mad, and that's okay for them to get mad. And then other times you'll say, well, if they get mad, it means I'm not allowed to do this. So by getting mad, you're actually imposing you're policing me. Now you're controlling me by getting mad. And so I don't understand when black anger or outrage or being offended is them policing or them just expressing themselves. Because I feel like the stance you're moving towards is...
you can express yourself and still be wrong as well. But now,
I know, but I'm specifically talking about what you label as controlling behavior.
I believe that the phenomena that's happening is imposed even on black people with one another. I believe that there are black people who really don't care and act like they do care because of what is imposed on them. I'm trying to break down the barrier. I'm trying to get people to think more and break down the barrier and decide what is okay for their friend group and maybe make a choice. So I already exist in friend groups where black people don't care. So this affects my life very little unless I talk about it on Twitter. Okay. But my hope is that people listen to this and say, she has a point. And I think that this probably would help with racial integration. So maybe I'll allow my white person to...
I don't even think that everything that she's saying is wholly without merit. But I think that she's saying... all the things she's saying are being said in like the worst way she could say
the N-word. Or maybe a white person will be
when you say allow,
less scared of the N-word.
When you say allow there, that's what I'm really laser focused on. When you when that black person is saying
autistic, you know what I mean, and everyone knows what I mean.
That is Lamb though. Yeah. And I'm criticizing her for it because it's hurting what she's trying to accomplish, what she's saying she's trying to accomplish. If she actually cares about her argument, then she's doing it a disservice.
I mean,
no, I literally don't know what you mean because you're saying two things that have opposite meanings.
So allow.
Are you saying
the opposite? So what I believe is allowing. Let me give you an example of what I think is allowing.
Yeah, give me an example of allowing versus not allowing. What is the black listener who says, "I'm going to allow my friends to say the N-word"? What are they going to do different? What are they going to do differently that means they're now allowing this?
They're going to tell their close white friend, their best little white friend, their pet, their white pet.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't care if you say the N-word, and I actually. Or maybe you're experimental. Maybe you say, let's try it. Let's try something crazy. You say the N-word, and I do a body check, and I see what my reaction is. And if it is truly of offense, if I truly feel uncomfortable with you saying it, I don't want you to say that anymore. But if I think it's kind of funny, and I think if it brings us closer to each other to adopt each other's culture in some way, or at least language in this way, I think I might persist with this. I think that this would actually probably make us more integrated, and it would make us less divided.
Okay.
It would feel like we are more the same, and maybe we are not so different, and it's fun. We feel closer to each other than ever. Because what I believe is
Wait,
that
can we loop this back to what you mean by allow then? Because you're saying the black person's gonna say, okay, I'll
Yes,
allow
that
this,
is
and
how
when
it
I asked you what
already
you
works.
meant,
okay, so
you
you're
said they're
just
gonna-
word
they're-
policing me. What word would you rather I use, Max?
I want to finish what I'm saying because I think this is an important part of this discussion. I think
Okay.
any black person listening to this is going to probably bristle every time you say the word allow. And I want to kind of tease out what it is that you're thinking when you say that. So your response was that allowing it means a black person's going to check with themselves. Am I actually upset about this? Or do I just have the woke mind virus? And if it turns out that they just had the woke mind virus, they just thought they were upset, but they're not really. Bodily, they're not upset. Then they'll say, okay, I'm not upset.
And also
that
ask
means
yourself, am
But what if
I doing this because am I not allowing this because my other black friends, maybe the woke mind virus,
Always the message delivered in the most divisive and controversial
or my other
way.
black
It
friends,
shouldn't be.
are holding my own
Me
political
holding
views
me
hostage?
back?
Yeah, I feel like when Lab does that, it's on purpose, which isn't like a big like revelatory thing to say, I know, but it bothers me because I feel like she's only doing it because of that.
They're holding me
it's
back. Okay.
Irritating.
Yes.
So so what if the black person, and you're saying if the black
this social
person
pressure?
consults, if they consult their feelings and they think, oh, you know what, I actually am offended by this, then you're actually telling them to then tell their white friend not to say this. They're actually telling them to police their white friend.
Sure.
Okay, so then
that is what already
it
happened.
feels like you are not, it sounds like you're never
I think she's capable of delivering things in a non-controversial
ever
way.
advocating for white people saying the N-word in any situation where it offends a black friend, if the black friend is truly offended. And what you're really saying is black people should check. You got to make sure you're actually offended when you claim you're offended, because if you claim you're offended when you're not really offended,
That's part
just
of
because
it.
you're
I'm
being
also selling the
because you're being a
idea-
little fucking black pussy, then
No, I'm also selling the idea that it is a positive for racial integration. So I'm saying it would behoove a black person to also have the reaction that I'm spelling out.
but your advice is just for them to check if they are.
As a starting point, yeah, absolutely.
As a starting point. Okay. What's step 2? So let's say they fail the first test and they say, well, you know what, this actually does offend me. They tell their white friend, hey, I actually really don't like it. I don't feel comfortable with you co-opting my language. I don't want you to use it as a slur. I don't want you to use it to mean dude. I don't want you to use it as a funny insult
Well,
in
then
a
I would
Call of Duty
ask,
lobby. Yeah,
why
what's the
do
next
you-
step in the reform?
Why do you, or is there a way that you can detach from what you feel is victimhood from your racial identity? I think that's the next question. So if I were to talk to a black person, they say, "No, I actually am offended by the nigger word." I would say, "Okay, is there a way that you could
Jesus.
potentially detach from what you think is what you perceive as a blood libel against your ancestry?"
Like, it's so frustrating because there's like a core idea that she has here. You keep hearing my Discord beep? No, that's not mine. My Discord doesn't beep. So if you're ever watching my stream and you hear Discord beeping, it's never me. I have mine turned off because if I have like my speaker on and I'm watching it, it'll just go off always. I'm in too many Discords. Hey Xander. Welcome. I need your Discord. Like as in like a quiet Discord that doesn't beep at all when you're streaming. If you don't have that, then yeah, that makes sense to be jealous of it. You should just mute the notifications. It's a game changer, really. And it also doesn't make me feel like have like this obsessive need to respond to people. I feel bad when somebody messages me and I don't respond to them. So for me, it's like an act of self-care to have my Discord muted because I shouldn't be that worried about other people messaging me.
And if they say yes, I could detach from that, or I'd like to maybe after because I think ultimately my point there would be I think that what's keeping a lot of America from integrating in like in a big way is the way that we have identified with our victimhood. I think that's a lot of why I don't care about someone calling me a kike or a wetback, because I don't feel any sort of
I honestly, I really doubt that anybody that she doesn't have a close personal relationship with is gonna call her either of those things. Like unless it's online, like I feel like only online people are gonna say that stuff. So it just seems like such a silly, uh, like hill to die on. Very, very odd to hear.
kinship to my oppression. My grandmother was born on a plantation. Like I'm only 2 generations removed from slavery. I still don't. That didn't happen to me, and I look forward to a better America where I'm not looking at the past and trying to exact my revenge on the population around me, but where I'm trying to make the world a better place. And I think that the world would be a better place if I detach from what I feel could be victimhood.
Are you saying that black people getting offended by the N word is them trying to exact their revenge?
I think
what
it's
you're implying?
I think it's a police. I think it's a police. I think that they think that we should pay. I think that we're not allowed to say nigger because that should be some form of payment against what our ancestors did to theirs. Yeah.
And when you say not allowed to, you mean they get mad?
Yes.
Okay.
They feel like a victim.
Genuinely? It feels like you're saying there's a dual layer of emotion where they don't feel genuinely offended, but because they're
Some
mad
of them
about
could be. Some of them could be genuinely offended.
But it sounds like you're saying that they're pretending to be offended because
I
they're
think
mad about something.
A lot of people pretend to be offended about a lot
Including
of
blacks.
things.
It happens.
Okay, and you're saying
I
black
don't
people
think that
pretend.
I don't think that this is a exclusively black issue about the N word.
But you're saying that black people pretend to be offended by the N word because they're mad about something else.
Yeah, in the way that women pretend to be scared about the pejorative bitch or the pejorative whore. You're not actually upset that someone's calling you a whore. You're upset that there are still social consequences for being called a whore or for being a whore. You're upset that you are not allowed to have sex like a man. Or that you're upset that that misogyny exists still, that permeates throughout all of culture, and
she's overgeneralizing way too much, and it's really irritating.
that's why you don't want to get called a bitch. It's not because it genuinely hurts you in that moment. It's because there are other things.
She grouped them all together, suggesting that they are pretending to be offended. She just learned what language is. This is weird. I'm not gonna lie. It's
So I
very
think that
bizarre to me, the way that she's talking about it, because it just seems like the generalizations that she's making. I think this conversation makes it a lot harder for Lav to stand on the ground that she's not racist. She has categorized black people by a behavior so many times in this conversation. It's kind of wild. I so much of what she said would be so much more digestible if she just said, sometimes this happens and I don't like it. Sometimes black people do X and it makes me uncomfortable. That would be so much better. I actually don't understand how people think she's smart when she says stuff like this on a constant basis. Sometimes Lav says and does things that are smart. I don't know if she is or isn't but conversations like this certainly don't help her case
Moved
if
that
she wants to be seen as
we could
smart.
choose now to move past slavery. I think why a lot of that hasn't happened is the point that I brought up before, is because black people still have not caught up, and a lot of that is because white people have not successfully addressed something that they caused and created, which is black people in poverty. I don't think that the first step to a fully racially integrated society is allowing your white friends to say nigger, but I do think that it is a portion of it. Like, just as I think that there should be reparations directly funneled in to black schools and black areas, and
No, I can't. That might actually get me in trouble later. I gotta get rid of that one. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. I don't want to police your chat, but that could get me in trouble. I think she's stubborn. She doesn't want to understand because she's. Oh wait, maybe you didn't mean it. So like somebody just recently set themselves on fire. And so there's been a lot of discourse on that. Maybe you didn't actually mean that in that way. I just realized that there's like a totally that there's a totally different meaning to that. But just because of that. Okay. I just want to make sure. Like, I only removed it because of that. I don't want that to be confused. I got to be careful with that. If in humans exists spectrum of control and want over your ability to present your arguments in a non-divisive manner. I think she's stubborn. She doesn't want to understand, but she's more focused on trying to be allowed to say a harmful word. It seems like, yeah, that's all she actually cares about. Yeah, I think that's the case. You're tired of people not taking what she says seriously. Even if she wants to be provocative, she should either be able to defend her positions or refrain from making those statements altogether. Yeah. It's one of the reasons why I really respect Mr. Girl, is that he'll say things that piss people off, and then he'll deal with them being upset. I've told him before that people are mad at me sometimes when he says things because I'm a supporter of his, and they think that I should have to answer for what he says. And he should tell me, he goes, well, I think that you should have to answer for what I say. If you're gonna defend me, if you're going to, announce that like you're a fan of mine and all that, then yeah, you do have to answer for what I say. And I was like, yeah, I guess maybe. Although I generally take the position of defending myself, supporting him rather than directly defending him. She's like a little girl. Me. I do whatever I want with no consequences. No wonder Mr. Girl views her as someone he should be parenting. It's actually pathetic. He is. I think he's doing a really good job of being patient with her in this. Because obviously he doesn't agree with a lot of what she says, and he keeps trying to re-explain it to her in a way that she'll hopefully understand. And every time she fails, he's keeping his cool really well. Lav has no control over herself when it comes to saying divisive shit that will make people angry at her. To some level, it's self-harm. To another level, she's been doing this since she started on the internet, it seems. I'm gonna be real. I see this as like really surface level, really obvious what's happening. I think that Lav can control herself. I think that she says divisive shit because it works. I think that she wants engagement. I think that she wants people to pay attention to her. And it's a very effective way of doing that. I'm not condemning her for that, but I'll certainly point out the things that she says that I just think are fucking stupid. It's irritating that I get irritated with her when she says things that are divisive, but are easy to pick apart and to show that it's stupid. Like, you can be provocative without having to do that. And right now, it seems like she's being provocative and stupid.
There should be racial quotas at jobs and stuff like that. I believe that white people should be able to say nigga with their friends.
He's gonna call her out on it again, I hope.
Without black people
There
getting
you
mad.
go.
Maybe even I'm just making the I guess I'm
I agree, but that's not Lab. Well, yeah, that's my critique of Lab. That's what I'm getting at. Is that's my main issue with her. It seems, although I feel like, well, that's an issue. Like right now, I just don't believe her. Like a lot of the stuff she's saying here, she's very hard to take serious. It's very hard to believe her.
that is part of it, but I am also just saying that it would be positive for white people to be allowed to do that without even making a statement about black people.
But do you see why I keep balking at allowed to? Because it feels like you're saying we're not allowed to make black people mad.
Okay, well, let's focus less on the reaction then, and then I will just say the blanket statement, which is that I believe if white people are say the N-word,
Yeah.
that there will come a time when, one, the word has no power because you become so desensitized to it, and two, well, I guess that's still
You know, she's like 10 years behind. Somewhere in the vicinity of like 10 years ago, I genuinely thought that the best way to combat the negative stigma of the word, and well, not use just the stigma, the negative effect of the word, was to like reclaim it and use it casually, to take the power away from it. That made sense to me. And so for a while, and it just casually used it, and that's how I went about it. But then I realized like this isn't working at all. It seems like the main thing that's happened is that sometimes racist people think that I'm racist too. And so there must also be people who aren't racist, or even people that are black, that are going to think that I am too, and they're gonna feel less safe around me, or just think something about me that's not true, and that's not good either. And it's just like basically this idea, while it seems like it makes a lot of sense, it's just not working. So I stopped. Would it be out of place to think that she was rebuked for saying a bad word, and this conversation is what followed? Uh, Maybe. I think this has happened. I think she's had like smaller versions of this when she's gotten in trouble. Well, when she's gotten in trouble, when people have given her a lot of shit for saying it on Twitter and stuff too. Its origin creates the power and should never be taken away. It's a firm reminder of dehumanization and oppression that black people have faced. I think she's right in some sense. People are giving the word more power than it should have. Its delivery is lab. Hey, Sfaxon. Some of the stuff she's saying, taking it for how she means it rather than exactly how she's saying it, does make sense. But I also think in some of it, I think that she's also wrong too. It's because it really seems like she wants people to get in trouble for being offended by it.
still one,
Which is
or let's say one and a
wacky.
half, is that
Okay.
people are going to use it less in general. Like if racists know that if they call you a nigger it doesn't hurt your feelings, they're not going to call you a nigger because they want to hurt your feelings. Like if like now if you called someone queer, or like a faggot even, because faggot is so used now that if a black person here, or if a white person or a black person who is gay here's faggot, they're just I mean oftentimes I think they just laugh and they say like you're weird for being like for thinking that it's weird to be gay. And I think that the same thing will happen with
That I think she's right about. Like I said earlier, I think that like it occurred to me a while ago. The like I think it was like 2-ish years ago. I was like, oh, the word faggot is allowed to be funny again. That's crazy. and I think it's because we finally come out of like the whole like it's just unacceptable to be homophobic. It is broadly and widely not okay to be homophobic. It seems like gay people are doing really well in terms of like just being able to, like, as a protected class, it's almost like we don't have to do any work. Shit. We don't have to do any work to ensure that like people aren't able to like feel comfortable being a homophobic. Like it's pretty well taken care of. And now that we're on the other side of it, it's almost like this reminder of how for a while it was like really bad to use, and now like everybody's just kind of chill, so it's funny again, if you use it in a non-hateful way. Uh, but yeah, I think that faggot has almost like no bite left to it. In fact, like a lot of I think a lot of my a lot of it more is family, but my family and friends that are gay, like they use it almost exclusively as like a funny silly word that seems very detached from how they feel about it. Like I would never have thought, based on how they use it, that it was ever a word that was like used to like hurt them. No.
The N word, where people will say, "You're weird for thinking it's bad to be black." Like, I don't care if you call me a nigger. It's not a bad thing to be a nigger, to be black.
Oh
It's not a bad thing
no!
to be a
Oh
faggot.
no! Everything that she said that was like on point or adjacent on point, totally ruined. Yeah, she just directly equated with being black as being the N word. That's really bad. That's like if we're focused on what the context, like that's actually pretty offensive. That's the worst thing that was said in this by far. My God. I think I
It's a
heard I
bad
think I
thing
heard
to
that
be a nigger,
correctly.
to be black.
Oh yeah, she just
It's not a bad thing to be a faggot. So I think that that's another thing that will happen. And also,
she's
like the
crazy
same way
for that.
I believe that we should completely integrate and share cultures in America.
Oh my
I
God.
think that there's a big there becomes big uproar against things like cultural appropriation, or what is called cultural appropriation, like white people wearing box braids. A lot of people have a big problem with that.
That is bad. It is bad to equate being black with being the N word.
Especially in my generation. And I just ask why? Like, why would you want to keep something? Well, I understand why you would want to keep something if you were oppressed by something in the past. I understand why it would be anger making to see that person who oppressed you for doing it, or their ancestors do that same thing. But I think holding on to that anger keeps us divided and holds us back from being completely racially.
You can just say what your point is, Saxon. History dies, not disappear, if your inner child cannot anchor chief it draws. I don't know what that means.
Integrated in appreciating each other's culture and being able to live adjacent lives to each other in a hopefully colorblind society someday. I think these are all positive things that we should strive for.
Are you advising white people to say the N-word?
Yeah.
In what context
Scream it.
are you? Yeah, in what context are you advising them to start saying it more? Because
I guess instead of saying that, because I don't want anyone to receive social consequences, because it's a hard thing for. I guess I speak more to black people then. And just say, like, maybe it's worth making yourself or letting yourself be uncomfortable. for a few years to achieve something that could be potentially very good for America. Maybe it is okay to sit with the fact that America has a very sordid past of violent extremism against Black people. And still, there is a brighter tomorrow in which you can make a few sacrifices of being uncomfortable and reckoning with that for a better.
It does seem kind of silly to say that because we have such a violent and racist past, you need to let us say the one thing that everybody knows bothers you really bad, so that way we can get stronger as a country. It seems very, I don't know, it just sounds like the whitest thing I've ever heard in my life. Very, very, very detached. Lavro, you can't make a worse argument. Chappelle said it worse. Well, I'm not an N-word. Yeah. My buddy Zach, I can't remember what I said, but I said something that wasn't like it had like a dual meaning. There was like a regular meaning, and it was there was like also a racist meaning. And like I said it to him, or I called him it, or something like that, and I was like, "Oh, my bad." He goes, "No, don't say that." He goes, "I know you didn't mean it, so like don't like apologize, or like don't say my bad about it, because like I'm not that thing. If you apologize for it, then it makes it sound like that is what you think, and you just feel bad for saying it in front of me." And I was like, "All right, I get that."
There are direct choices that every person could make. In Black people's choice, white people should. I guess there's a call.
I think the worst version of that was actually his sister. I was like 14, and I played basketball with her. She stole the basketball, and then made it. And I was like, oh, and I just want to clarify before I say this. I said it all the time about everything. It was just like the word that I latched on to. And race had nothing to do with it whatsoever. But I was like, oh, you fucking monkey. And she was like, what'd you say to me? I was like, and it like all came together in my head. I was like, oh, that means something totally different right now. Fuck. I just like rapid fire bubble diarrhea tried to explain it. And she was like 0 to 100, and that was perfectly understandable to me. Like, have you ever done something that didn't occur to you in the slightest that you were doing something like totally fucked until somebody said something, and when they did, that's when it all came together? It's like the worst. It's like the worst
For
feeling.
both sides. White people to educate yourselves about
I felt really
to
bad.
do the work. White people to do the work. Everyone
Sure.
loves doing the work. No, but white people to seek out Black friends, because I think that a lot of white people are scared to have Black friends because of this reason, because they think it's so divisive. They think that Black people are different than us in meaningful ways, but they're not different than us in meaningful ways. And I think that a lot of this like racial
Wait, what pretty much means, bro? If you like the N-word, like soft A means bro. Yeah. Hard
divisiveness,
art,
especially since the Black
pretty much
Lives Matter
never does.
protests, has made a lot of white people scared to have Black friends, because they don't want to say the wrong thing. I think that white people are so racially conscious now that they feel uncomfortable around Black people, which is bad.
Yeah.
So I think one,
But they're talking
if you're a
about the
white
hard
person,
R
seek
here.
out Black friends. And also, if you're a Black person, seek out white friends. And
I don't agree with that either. You should just be friends with people you want to be friends with. You shouldn't not be friends with somebody. You shouldn't choose to not be friends with somebody because of the race. But like, it feels weird to tell people to seek out friends of other races too as well.
let them say the N-word. Encourage them to say the N-word.
In what context? You mean just to mean like dude?
In the way that in all the ways that they feel comfortable that they use it. So if you're a Black person who calls your Black friends like nigger as a joke, which there are a lot of people, especially in Discord chat rooms, who
Hello, sir. I've noticed you were dark of skin. I'm looking for a pal to say the N-word too.
who say stuff like that, then extend that to white people. And if you're
And advance and advance our culture. You never invite to talk, Drazi. You said you would. I do what you say, but I think you just say words.
a black person
I think, let me
who
see. Let me look at my bands.
isn't comfortable with that, but at least is comfortable allowing
might
their white
have
friends
failed
to
you. Hang
rap
on.
to certain songs or to be like, "What's up, my nigga?" Then someone's gonna clip that. Then yeah, do that. Do what you're comfortable with. But overall, I think it's the same. It's driving towards the same goal.
Wait, you didn't set up a time with me. You DM'd me, but you didn't set up a time to talk to me. At all. No.
Because I think that there are different thresholds
to DM me and we could set up a time to talk, but you didn't want to set up a time to talk with me.
of what people find. Like, if you're someone who doesn't like to make offensive jokes, I know that someone is like,
You're not in the club, Lav. Just like you're mad at trans women for wanting to be like you. You can't relate with black people the same way. You do not have the past because you do not understand the... I look at Mr. Girl's face. He's so done. Let me go back.
like if you're someone who doesn't like to make offensive jokes, I know that someone is like, I've met people in my life who are just sensitive. They don't like to be sarcastic with people.
He's certainly struggled in this. Well, yeah, I am gonna blame you. I told you if you wanted to come on and talk to me, you could DM me and set up a time. You DM'd me and got upset when I then told you when I suggested that we set up a time. Or no, we didn't even get that far. I asked if you DM me on another account too because I was confused. And then you never tried to set up a time to talk to me.
People
Well, if
like
you're
there are
mad
people
about
who
it,
certainly
then
don't like to be
you
sarcastic
don't
or
have to
say
do it.
edgy things.
Okay?
And in
I don't
those
say the
cases-
N-word around black people. Around my black friends, I don't say the N-word.
I do say the N-word around my black friends.
Yeah.
Not all of them. Certainly not all of them.
Some of them you don't.
Mr. Girl does not have the past, but does understand the weight of the word. Has willingly accepted potential consequences of its usage. He fucking hates what she is saying right now. She accepts no accountability. He does. Yeah. During the 2 hours of hate, which was like way longer than that, somebody called in and said that they were mad that he said the N-word. And he didn't argue with them at all. He just accepted it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Saxon, I'm sorry if you're incapable
And
of saying,
we're not
"Hey, I
as
want to talk
close."
with you. Like, are you free tomorrow to talk on stream?" Then yeah, I guess I'm discriminating you against being disabled. Sorry. Like, look, I feel like it's reasonable. If you don't, that's fine. But that's just how it is. You're not gonna bully me into doing things how you want them to be done. You can do it the same way, like literally everybody else does. So
I am the closest black friends that I have are friends that I can say anything with. Because the closest friends that you have generally are people that you're not afraid to say things with. And that means feelings, that means certain words, that means certain thoughts that you have.
I don't think it's that I'm afraid to. I just don't want to.
Sure, but I think that if you had a very close black friend who...
If they were my real friends.
but there is a reason I don't want to do it right now. I'm doing a stream.
They were your real friend. No, but if you had a black person...
I'm not gonna talk about it anymore. If you want to come on stream and talk to me, you can just DM me and set up a time. That's fine.
person who was your friend who you were
I have nothing else to say
extremely
about it.
close to.
I'm pretty close to them.
I doubt it. I don't think it's possible to have a close relationship with someone that you can't say anything around.
I can. I just don't want to.
Even hurtful things.
I don't think they would like stop being friends with me or something. I just think it would hurt them.
Sure. So I bring up that there are certain levels and there are certain people and friendships where you adapt.
No,
to
but I'm saying
what
like
their- I
if
think
I'm like
let me
if
start
I'm
off with
if
a
I'm like,
statement.
what's up, nigga? How's it going? They're gonna be hurt by that. It'll hurt their feeling. Like the message
I
I'm
don't.
sending of like,
Well,
hey,
maybe you're. Well, have they told you that, or are you just guessing that that's the case?
um, we've talked about it enough that this is clearly the case.
Well, then don't.
Not
Obviously.
not with me. I mean, I just know them. I know that they
Do you think they feel
would.
as close to you as they do to their black friends, where they're able to just say anything around?
Um, I think that not on
So, Saxon, I just want to say that I don't. Uh, the things that you're saying to try to get under my skin don't get under my skin. But if you think that trying to get under my skin is going to get you what you want, you're crazy. Uh, that's dumb.
this dimension. No, I think
Yeah.
racially.
So maybe you. So that's still divisive. So maybe you feel that this is as close of a relationship you can have to a black person, but a black
But I'm-
person can have closer relationships because there are words that they aren't barred from saying in the relationship.
I'm not barred from saying it. I just don't want to. I don't. Again, like
Sure, but
they
they've
might
set a
ask me not to, but
the
they can't.
boundary is
th-
different.
I don't think they've set a boundary with me about it. I just think they wouldn't like it, and for that reason,
That's a boundary.
No, it's
If
not.
they've told
no,
you,
not- no, they haven't. They haven't. They've never been like, hey,
If they said, "Hey, if you say that again, I'm gonna not hang out with you," that'd be a
listen, I
boundary.
really need you to not use the N word. Like
you-
they know they know me. Like they know me and my music and stuff. Like they've heard me say the N word a bunch of times. But me using it as like to mean like, hey nigga, how's it going? Like it's not gonna the feeling I would be feeling saying that if if I wanted to would be something like
do you
affection.
make
Like
racist?
oh
Do you
like
make racist jokes around them
like
about black people?
I gotta refill my water. I'll be back in like
racist jokes.
seconds.
Yeah.
I don't know if I make racist jokes in general. I definitely say
You do with me.
racist jokes with you.
Yeah. We have shared definitely jokes about Jews.
Yeah.
And I think probably a couple definitely some about women.
That's not women aren't a race.
And I think probably maybe a couple about some other minority.
Okay.
Maybe not black people. Cuz we don't talk about black people really a lot.
Just the ones.
Just
I don't buy that she doesn't understand that there is like I just don't think that there's another class in America that hasn't earned right to claim their own victimhood like there is for black people in the United States. It's like inarguably justified. I don't know why she pretends like that's not the case.
just once.
I I don't know if I make racist jokes.
But
with
like
them.
one of my best friends is Filipino.
Wait. Can you respond to this idea
Okay.
that if I were to say "What's up, nigga," I'd be feeling affectionate, but that's not what they
Yeah.
would. That's not their reaction. Wouldn't feel like I was being affectionate. It would feel to them like I was hurting them. So, that's why I don't want to. Is just that
What
I
is
know
going
that.
on with her fucking camera? It's so hard to pay attention when her shit keeps blinking all over.
So, that's why I don't want to. Is just that I know that the.
Sure, I'm not saying to overextend. So in that case, you're doing
Yeah.
what is appropriate. And then if I could be a fly on the wall or a therapist, if I could go into a couple's relationship session with you two, I would say,
Yeah.
is this something that really hurts you? And if it's
I would
not,
say, okay, I'll role play my black friend.
okay. Okay.
Not a specific one, but a generic black friend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why
Let's say,
do you not like when
I don't think black people are victims, though. I'm sure they should be treated like. I'm not sure they should be treated like one. I mean, they're treated poorly in the past 100%. what do you mean by victim then? I'm I'm not saying, I'm saying there is like a status of victimhood that black people have in America because just by virtue of being black carries negative consequences. And it's like inarguably so. In a way that like being a woman or like being a Jew in the United States just doesn't compare. There's like no other status that I think really matches that.
Max, would you not like it if Max said, "Hey, what's up, nigga"?
Yeah, I wouldn't like that. That would be really uncomfortable and would feel like he was disregarding my feelings.
Okay, and what are those feelings?
Yeah, like I would say that Emery says they're treated poorly now, not as poorly, but still. Uh, it's it's really crazy. Like I would say there was like a little bit of time that I was at least aware of. It probably happened more than I was aware of throughout my life or before my life. Like I feel like it might have been comparable to be gay for a little bit, because like I remember like when I was real like pretty young, it like people that I knew that were gay, it would be like a terrifying prospect to come out. Like you would feel like somebody might hurt you uh on site just because they knew that you were gay. Uh, but like we've come out of the other end of that like super quick from like my like lifetime's perspective. I agree. I think those expectations are that victimhood is in itself victimization. It's not empowering for a person to be treated like a victim. It's still like that, Drazi. For gay people, I don't think so. It is. I think that the amount of social progress we've made towards treating gay people uh, as just like wholly equal to straight people, it is like leaps and bounds what I've seen any other social group go through. Like you are, I think if you're openly homophobic towards somebody, I think that other people are gonna say something for the most part. Unless you're like so big and intimidating that other people are just terrified of you, I think that you're gonna get shit big time. Again, less so, but I think it's still worrisome in certain areas to be publicly gay. I would say that those areas are probably the same areas where it is scary to be black, like scary. It's just like I think that you'd have to go to like some of the most bigoted places in the United States to get to there.
Feelings.
That you're invoking painful history.
I guess it's still. I guess it still couldn't be considered equal to being black. Like if you're gay, you you can hide that if you chose to. I'm not saying you should or you should want to, but like you can't ever hide being black. Nobody comes out as black.
For the purpose of saying hi.
Well, I guess except for Lav, she's like said that like her dad's black or whatever. Maybe you can count that, but like I don't think anybody thinks she is. So
Just the same way Max wouldn't like it if I said, "What up, my Holocaust rat?" He doesn't want to think about the Holocaust every time I say hi to him, and I don't want to think about Jim Crow every time he says hi to me.
holy shit.
Let's see. What would I say then? I would say, do you say these things with your black friends?
Rarely.
My Holocaust rat.
Well, when you do, since it's the same word, does it elicit an emotional response of any kind?
When I use the N word with my black friends,
When
it
you hear a
feels
black person say the N word towards you,
it feels like a shared expression of irreverent anger that can be humorous. But
so you still, to some degree, blame your white friend for the things that happened to your ancestors because of their ancestors, and think to some degree their payment to you should be to not say that word around you.
No, I think it's more that I don't want to commiserate with Max about things that didn't happen to him.
Well,
Or that
nothing.
are
Well,
not currently that
did
are
I-
not currently happening. It's not about my ancestors. It's about the experience of being black on a day-to-day basis, which is connected to slavery, Jim Crow, racism, whatever, but of the past. But also it's ongoing, and so
So do you
I
think that
don't.
this is inherent, or do you think that this is something eventually that people will?
Oh, I am gonna pause for a second. I gotta take a leak. Be right back. Okay, I'm back.
will be able to move past and towards something different? Do you think that there will always be a blood curse on
Yeah.
the white and black friendship?
I think my hypothetical black friend would say, I am scarred. Maybe my children or grandchildren won't feel this way, but so it's not.
Jim, shaming is the pillar of a functioning family-friendly society. Slurs and open displays of disgust are unfortunate, but a necessary side effect of that is and important to enforcing morality. Yeah, I do think it's a function of polite society. The only time that I really take issue with it is when it becomes like hyper like I don't know if politicize is the right word, when it becomes like a big spectacle to the point to where like where you're divorcing context entirely and wielding it as a weapon against people who truly meant no harm, and we're not caring about the intent of the speaker or the nuance of a speaker, then I think that's when I have like a big issue with it. It's basically like you did a thing you weren't supposed to do. I don't really care what the context is, but like now we get to punish you. Like that's bad.
Not a blood curse, but for me,
Sure.
yeah, I don't want to commiserate playfully and in such a casual way, which is when I say hi to Max. I don't want to commiserate with him about racism in this way, and it so casually and cavalierly. Like when a black person says it.
Well, then this
it's-
would be the case also, that I don't think that any black person could be friends with a white person in any real way. And this is out of the meta, sorry. But if you hold this belief, I don't think that you could in any meaningful way really be integrated and deep friends with a white person if you still feel like there is a weight to your relationship because of what is happening to you. And that's the case for separatism, which I don't think is appropriate. This is like men and women. Like, would you think like I
Open displays of disgust and contempt are how we signal what's good and bad. Yeah, I think that's so. This is actually a pretty interesting point. I think that this is the way a society should function, but not the way an individual should function, if that makes sense.
I feel like a deep resentment towards men
Mhm.
because of what has happened to women for years. it is a burden on my life to feel that and for the lives around me.
No, of course. Is that to me or
And it is
Samson?
it negates the opportunity to feel completely equal and happy and light and free in my male relationships. And so I feel the pull that I must work on that internally.
I don't know why Lav feels it's so necessary to compare it to relationships that have different dynamics.
So that we can live. I feel a duty to the future that maybe not everyone does. And maybe that's because I don't believe in God, where I feel like the only purpose is to create something better for the future. Where I feel like my direct actions with even myself are my purpose.
I think this is different because
I don't think it's different in any meaningful way.
most men, the way they fantasize about protecting women or bonding with women is protecting them from other men. And so there's already a channel of men also demonizing other men and wanting to prove that they're one of the good men. And, oh, he's like, oh, have you met Max? He's such a sweet guy. When they say that, they mean he's not a fucking rapist murderer like other fucking men. He's one of the good
white
ones.
People
That's
do
what
this
that
too. That's like every woman or man with curly hair and a mullet who's a liberal does the same thing. That's like I mean, they gave most of Black Lives Matter their money. Like there are obviously like white people who are like, I am an ally forever, Wakanda forever.
Yeah, but black people don't fantasize about saving white people from other black people.
White people fantasize about
I
saving
know, but in
black
your
people from other white
analogy,
people.
No, men are black. You made an
No.
analogy where you were saying that because of the way.
No, women are black people. You're not
Okay, women are
understanding. Yes.
I knew
Okay,
it.
women are black people,
Yes.
and you're saying you're like a black person, and you try not
I'm
to.
just like a black person in the eyes of
Okay,
John
okay,
Lennon.
and you're saying you try not to resent men for what they've done to you.
Yes.
I knew we'd get there eventually.
Because I think it's disadvantageous for the future. And
And
I
you're
don't think
saying
that a
that-
lot of it's real. Like, I
You're
don't
saying
think...
that black people similarly should do the same thing, and that the analogy
I
is
think
that white people
every-
try to prove that they're
Yes.
the good white people.
Yes, and I think that every person should ask themselves how they can better influence tomorrow. And so if you value things like racial unity, because I think that the only way that we get rid of racism, and ultimately that's everyone's goal, is to value racial unity, not to value separation.
Wait, can you let me think about this analogy a little bit? It's confusing me.
Yeah.
To me, saying hi with saying nigga for black people is a way of saying we're in it.
You take so long here. Pause for dramatic effect.
We're in it so much all the time. It's so ever present that we can just say hi with it. It's a way to acknowledge the
It's just as-
constant oppressiveness of racism, right? That's like a lot of
Sure,
what it
so
means.
wouldn't a white person saying it to you also acknowledge, like, this is... to say it would be an acknowledgement of, like, we are cohesive now. We are...
I don't think so.
We are
I
in this
think-
together. I will... It is...
I don't think
it is...
so.
It can be a way that you can signal that you are an
No.
ally.
I don't think so. I don't think you even think that. It's funny that you're
No,
saying it, but I don't think
to
you-
some degree I
don't
do,
think you truly-
actually. Because if
think
you're
that
saying
when-
that with someone and you guys are friends, there's no way that you could be saying it. I guess you
I don't
could
thi- I-
actually be racist and be friends
No,
with a
no.
white
I think
person,
that I
but
think
the
the
odds
concern is
are
that
low.
I think the concern is that you're saying it meaninglessly. You're saying you're in it, but you're not in it. And you're saying that you're feeling something that you're not feeling.
You're saying that every time a black person says nigga to another person, they're consciously thinking. Like
No,
we are in it together.
I'm not saying they're consciously. I'm not saying they're consciously
Okay, so why
thinking
do
it.
white
I'm
people have to be consciously every time they say it?
They don't. I'm saying that when white people say it, it waters down the meaning to be just means dude. But the point is that you're using the most offensive word you can think of to mean dude because of the constant onslaught of racism. And I'm trying to think of what that would be like in your analogy
So let me
for
talk about
women for a way women would be talking to each other that men would insert themselves into that would make you feel like you can't say that you're part of this in the way that you're trying to.
the same way that a guy would call me like when
I mean, the obvious analogy is trans people.
no, because you don't become black by saying a word. So it's like
No, but
someone,
no. Don't weasel out of this.
I'm not. You don't
It's
become
there's
black by saying.
there's a good
any of that.
analogy there of trans people wanting to
No, here's the
participate.
better analogy.
Trans
It's if your
women want
friend-
to
if your
trans
guy
women
friend
want
has
to
a-
participate in something that you have, and you're telling them they can't.
No, they can participate in everything that I have. They can do their hair. They can do whatever. Obviously, they.
Can they use your locker room?
I don't really care about locker rooms as much.
Oh
I
my
think
You don't
that-
care if a
She's
50-year-old
weaseling.
trans man shares a locker room with a 12-year-old girl?
Not if
and
they
they're
have
the
a
only-
vagina.
They're the only. No, they don't have a vagina. They have a
Then
big
no,
penis.
because I think that there should be categories still to go into. I think that sex
Okay, so
sex is something that is over race because of certain reasons. I'm strictly talking racially here.
okay,
So
you can
I'm saying- hold on,
you can
let me-
refuse to engage with
let
my
me
point
give
if you
you-
want. I don't think you're engaging in good faith.
okay, perhaps. With the so I think it's like if you're a woman and your guy friend comes up to you and is like, "What's up, bitch?" In the same way that like women talk to each other like, "Bitch, you're never gonna fucking believe what happened." If a guy is like, "Bitch, you're never gonna believe what happened," my immediate thing is gonna be like, "What?" I'm gonna be like immediately I'd be like, "What the fuck?" But then I'm gonna be like, "Oh, you're trying to like relate to
She's okay with adult women undressing in the same locker room with children. You.
me, and this is actually out of love, and like you're trying to interact with me the way that you've seen me interact with my girlfriends."
Uh-huh.
I'm going to be like, you know what? Do your thing. Do your thing. Like, yeah, call it. Like,
I'll just put it out there. I'm not comfortable in locker rooms in general. A few years ago, I was at the gym, and like, I'll go down to my boxers. That's fine. But there's like some old guy. His locker was by mine, and he just got like fully fucking naked. Cause like I think I was turning to like tie my shoe to like put my foot up on the bench, and like he just dropped his pants. I was like, old guy, dick and balls in my face, basically. And I was just like, I don't want to be rude or anything, so like I just like looked down at my shoe, like cause like I was just tying my shoe, just sort of like spacing out. So then I just like looked down, but inside I was like, God damn it, I didn't sign up for this. But like I guess I did be in a locker room, but it fucking sucks. Did you just say that like locker rooms fucking suck? It's like when I take a shower at the gym, I would take my clothes into the shower with me, and then I would put them in a bag and then tie them up. Cause like I don't want to get naked in front of like just whoever. I feel like it just feels rude to them. Like I'm not worried about me. Like it just feels violating to other people. Because as much as I didn't want to see that old guy's fucking dick and balls when I was tying my shoe, like I feel like nobody's like asking to see my dick and balls.
say,
in
"Oh my
locker
god,
room
bitch,
either.
I have something to tell you." My friends do this.
I just don't like it.
Don't you think when Destiny called you a dumb bitch, it was different than if a woman called you a dumb bitch?
Who? I don't know who you're talking about.
Hypothetically.
If a friend called me a dumb bitch.
Yeah.
I think that the problem with that is how many people are watching.
She's so
So
inconsistent.
if someone calls you a dumb bitch to like signal, so like if I went on, like if me and Big Tech, who's my friend,
She loves throwing that out there at him. It just feels so shitty.
if me and Big Tech were hanging out together and he was like, "Oh, you fucking dumb kike," or whatever, I'd be like, LOL, hee hee hee, like we're being fun, and I can call him bald or whatever. But then if we're in front of an audience and his audience is, if my audience is primed to hate bald people, I'm not going to call him bald. And if his audience is primed to hate Jewish people, he's not going to call me a kike.
If
So the context matters, because you also
It feels like
don't-
you're not engaging with my point, though.
yeah,
I am literally engaging with your point.
No.
Okay,
You introduced a new variable that is not part of the question I'm asking.
there's going to be a variable in every single scenario, because you
That you
cannot.
can come up with to not answer my question.
No,
I've made 2 points now that you're
There-
just it's
no, because
flat
you
out
cannot-
avoiding.
there's no
One,
control.
trans
you
trans
think
women
that
are trying to
there's-
get into your
what control
trans
group
women.
is there with human beings? I don't under. There's no control situation.
These are hypothetical situations where we can control every single variable, and
Okay,
so you don't
so
have to
if you're
introduce
telling-
new ones to not answer the
So
question.
no,
There's
so
two
I'm not.
questions.
So
There's
in
two big points you have in
can
a.
control.
Lav doesn't hate being challenged. This is what it is. If somebody doesn't challenge Lav, I think she'll think it's boring. Lav wants to challenge somebody who, or wants to be challenged by somebody who she can defeat. I think that's what she ultimately wants. She wants to challenge, but then if but has a hard time not winning.
Now
This-
responded to.
Shut up,
That's-
because you
that's
can
how I
control
see
this.
it.
In a scenario where
Yeah.
someone has an audience of incels and then calls me a stupid bitch, because there is the audience of incels. Now, if you controlled it, where there is not an
Dumb
audience
bitch.
of incels, and
Yeah.
we're just talking, and he calls me a dumb bitch, I don't care at all.
I
don't care at all.
understand. This is not the variable that I was asking about changing now.
Okay,
Not
what
audience
variable?
side. The two things I've asked that I feel you have not responded to are, one, isn't it true that you've been very vocal about excluding trans women from your
Thank you, Saxon. So she doesn't love challenge. She loves the facade of being challenged. So this is clearly gonna be some mind reading here, but I think that Lav I don't think for her it's a facade. I think she wants somebody to challenge her and then be able to overcome them. And if not, if she can't, she just gets really frustrated. And I think she's really aware of how it makes her look bad. And that's frustrating too. But even if I think she wants to actually be able to win, or at the very least, like even if it is a facade, I think that that's fine with her. I don't think she would think of it as that. I think that she would still think that like it was her that did it.
club and saying, listen, you can do a certain thing, but you can't do this other thing. When you do this other thing, you're encroaching on my identity. You're trying to be something you're not. You're fucking.
Like facade or not, I think to Lav, she would interpret it as just as much of a victory as if it was like purely real. Like she really did it.
Fucking pathetic. You're a loser and you should kill yourself.
Yeah. Which
Okay,
they should.
so-
Just kidding. No, let
that-
me be
but
very
that-
clear that
that
I
feels-
am
that's
friends
like
with
there
trans
are
people.
some-
I love trans people.
I know, but to a point. And then at a certain point, you're saying, but once you take
Well,
it
so
too
this
far,
is-
you're
so if
you're being
a trans
invasive.
person- so if a trans
So
woman,
do you see the do you
will
see
you let
the
me
analogy?
fucking answer?
Look, Lav thinks that she's smart, right? And she just wants to position herself to where other people will see the smart that she feels that she is. I think that's what's the whole thing is.
If a
No,
trans
because you're
woman,
going to talk
you
about
are-
all the ways that they're different. I
No,
don't want to
I'm
hear you
not.
talk about the ways they're
Victory.
Max,
talk
you
about
have
the
to
ways
let me
they're the
talk.
same.
Max, you have to let me talk.
Oh my god.
So
Oh, that's the first time he's like verbally, like it's like the first time he's broken the parental hand holding in this conversation. Now he's starting to get to that point. Okay, he has had really good patience for this whole thing. So I don't blame him at all.
with a trans
I
person,
can't believe you. Oh my god.
so
Talk about the ways they're
Max,
talk
you
about
have
the
to
ways
let me
they're the
talk.
same.
Max, you have to let me talk.
Oh my god.
So with a trans
I
person,
can't believe you said that.
I think he's trying to mask it in a joke, but I think he's actually I think he's
So
actually there.
this is the difference. So
I'm
these
not.
are two
Yes,
different.
I know. You're
These
going
are
to
two
talk about the way they're different. You just said. I just
Max,
said.
you
I
have
know
to
you're
let me
going to talk
talk.
about. I don't want to hear you talk about the ways they're different.
Then I will leave. Then you can leave while I talk to the audience.
You can. No, you're welcome to
So
do that. I'm
audience,
just saying this
the way
isn't
that
the
these two
question
things
I'm
are different
asking
is
you.
when a black
Do you-
person. So if a
Do you
if
understand
a,
this isn't the question I'm asking you?
I'm going to answer it this way anyway. So
That's
these
fine.
two things are different because
Okay.
one, when a white person says nigga,
Like he is frustrated, but like this is a good example of like how to talk to Mr. Girl. Um, as long she answered him at least. Like, uh, he just needs to know that like like in this instance, he needs to know that she knows that that's not the question that he's asking. She said, she goes, okay, I'm gonna answer it this way anyways. Okay. And then he can be upset about it and not keep asking.
they
at
are
least.
not saying now I am black. A trans person can do anything that they want that's feminine, but to say I am a woman now is wrong, and that should not be allowed. You should not be allowed to be transracial. You should not be allowed to be transgender in the way that you become now a different thing. You can be transgender in the way of expression. I have no problem with that. If you want to talk like how you think a woman talks, dress like how you think a woman dresses, do your thing. But to change your category, your meaningful category,
Sorry.
think a woman talks, dress like how you think a woman dresses, do your thing. But to change your category,
As a
your
straw.
meaningful category, in that way,
Leah,
especially between
It feels like you're not letting me challenge you.
All right, Saxon, I'll respond to this one more time. No. You're wrong. If you can type in chat, you can type in DM, say, hey, Drazi, are you free on Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern? And I can say, let me check. Then I can get back with you. And I can either tell you yes or no. And if I tell you no, I can offer up a different time or give you different time slots where I'm available. Just like everybody else. I'm not treating you different than I treat anyone else.
Again,
I'm
You're
letting you
avoiding the
challenge
challenge.
me, and
I don't care.
we're avoiding the challenge.
Past that, I don't care.
I don't think
If
so.
you don't want to do that, then I just don't care.
I think that you gave me a very bad comparison, because when someone says that I'm a woman now, that's not the same thing as that's literally the same thing as a white person saying I'm black now if they say the N-word, which that's a completely different separate issue. I don't
There
think
are differences between the two, but there are also similarities.
I have never said that a man is not allowed to look feminine ever.
I'm
So
not
I don't
saying you
know,
have.
or to be feminine, or to do things that are culturally seen as womanly. So
Yeah.
that's the comparison that we're making.
I wonder if she's going off the rails here so hard because she just wants to escape the
With,
question that he
the
asked.
You're saying there's
N-word
no.
and
You're saying
cultural
there is
appropriation.
no overlap
like it.
between your feelings about trans people, or thoughts, and a black person's feelings or thoughts about white people saying the N-word. There is no comparison to be made. There's nothing to engage with here. There's no challenge.
I think that there are some people.
Nothing we could open up and.
Maybe I just don't subscribe to this idea, but I think that there are some TERFs who believe that men should not do feminine things because they believe that's like stolen valor of some sort.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about you.
I think that if you want to be a femboy or anything, that doesn't affect me in any way. You should be allowed to do that without social consequence. I think that's positive.
So there's nothing. There's nothing to what I'm saying. There's no parallels to draw. It's just a total swing and a miss. Is that what you're saying?
I think so. What do you think the parallels are?
Well, I'm glad you asked.
The hell is St. George's Day? I never heard of that.
I think that
I know who St. George is. I have a gender fluid friend who renamed themselves George after St. George, but I don't know anything about St. George's Day. It's like the 4th of July in the USA. Oh, I had no idea.
The language
That's pretty interesting.
thing where I was saying that if I say what's up nigga and they feel hurt or violated. I think that there's something about women or trans women at a point that
Oh.
makes you feel violated, like they're encroaching on something that is yours.
I
And
have
saying
felt
that
this.
it's
I have
theirs.
felt this with sex work before, or violence against women. How trans people will say, we're more disproportionately
Targeted. Yeah.
and more of us are, or we're the most unsafe doing sex work, and then that has always made me sort of scoff and laugh.
Bristle.
Yes, because obviously women, every single woman is could be a victim of the things that a trans person is basically choosing to be a victim of, is what I've thought in the past.
Okay, so
But
with the N word, I
but let
think the
but let me
parallel there is
also-
that.
But I would also
In the past. Okay.
make the case as well
Oh no.
that upon self-reflection, if I go inward and say,
said,
okay, is
"Oh,
this
no."
N-word.
if I go inward,
That was pretty good.
if I go
Yeah.
inward, is this a productive anger to have towards trans women? No. It's women's violence against people is not explicitly for women, right? Like, that is to have like a stolen valor thing about violence against women. Silly, I think. Ultimately, I think that
Okay,
is a
so-
flaw in my thinking because
Okay.
of untapped into an unhealed trauma that I have with men that I should probably
Sure.
get past
Okay, so you're saying
for a better
that
tomorrow.
when people are commiserating with you about something that isn't actually true and doesn't actually happen to them, when you feel irritated or weirded
No,
out
it does
by
actually
that,
happen to them. Like, violence against trans people obviously does happen. I feel like they are choosing. So like, that's like if a
Yeah,
black,
you think
if
it's
a
their
white
fault
person
that it's
decides to be a
happening.
wigger, and then
Yeah.
is like I'm getting, people are calling me ghetto, people are like oppressing me, like white people are oppressing
Right.
me. Then
Yeah.
a black person is like, okay, dude, like, what are you?
Right.
Like,
Yeah,
that's
and are you saying to that?
appropriate, yeah.
Right, are you saying to that black people that black person that they should get over that feeling because
You should not feel your identity is ownership of like oppression or victimhood. Yeah.
So
I
not
think
only
that
should
that's
my
negative.
black friends should be okay with me saying the N-word, but they should also be okay with me putting on blackface, then complaining when people are mean to me because they think I'm black. And they
No, I
they
think
should
that
want
they
to
should-
commiserate with me
They
about
should
that.
rightly have some questions, but and they can obviously choose not to be friends with you. It's like obvious that that's true. But yeah, I think
I don't know how that correlates with what she was saying earlier. Yeah, I think she's being too inconsistent for me to follow.
like in the future, if
Whoops. I
we
didn't
think
mean to do
about like we think about Rachel Dolezal, and there is a case to be made that if she was viewed as black and experienced some sort of oppression because people thought she was black, then she does have a similar experience to people in Black America, even though she's not of African ancestry. Like, that is a fine thing to ponder about, and then to talk about. Like, I think that that's like I think that a trans person who passes well can experience misogyny. And that can also be affirming to them, which is sort of, and that makes you feel disgust, because then something that's hurt you is affirming to them, which is something that you have to reckon with. But I think that mostly why someone who is healed and someone who doesn't feel attached to bad things that happen to them in a way that is kept close to their identity. Like, I don't think that Candace Owens would care if one of her friends dressed up in blackface. Because I don't think that she identifies with really being black as much as she identifies as just having the skin color that she does and then being a person, an American. And I would say that Candace Owens is healed in that way. And the more that I heal on my journey with, like, my...
Is she really healed, or is she just like kind of pretty racist? You cannot choose to be trans. She has such a black and white view of these subjects. Me frame of mentality. Okay, so kind of. Kind of. So there's like this is I talked to Zonia about this. I just think it's bad that we group self ID people, and with people that have gender dysphoria, there's two very different things happening. But we call them both trans. If you consider people that are self ID trans, then you can choose to identify as the gender that you're not, for sure. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. I don't think that most people do that. Like, I don't think that like they're just like, well, I just feel like doing this, so I'm gonna do it. I feel like they're appealing to something that they actually experience more often than not. Um, it's like there's a little wiggle room there. Uh, you can identify as a gender you're not. Well, I was responding to Emery saying you cannot choose to be trans. But I think for the most part, the real problem is that we group these two very different phenomena together as one thing. I get the impression that she just wants to use certain words impulsively, and that's her moral pillar. Lav wants, Lav should be allowed equals Lav's morals. It's hedonism 101. Yeah, I actually think that hedonism is a great great lens to view Lav through. That's a really good way to put it. Sure, I'm just specifically referring to trans people who feel they have to get surgical modifications to even relieve themselves of gender dysphoria. Yeah, gender dysphoria, transness is in that respect, yeah, nobody chooses that. I don't think anybody is gonna. Yeah, no, obviously nobody chooses gender dysphoria. It's the amount of things they go through just to maybe still not even feel right. Nobody would choose that.
With the misogyny that has
Yeah, I know you are,
permeated and
leader.
affected me throughout my life, the less resentment I have towards trans women.
Wait, what
That's
makes her
like
less
that's just,
resentment? I got too busy talking to chat.
with the misogyny that has permeated and affected me throughout my life, the less resentment I have towards trans women. That's just true. When I was my most unhealed and didn't understand what was happening to me, I was the angriest at trans women.
Okay, and so
And that
you're
wasn't a
saying that
positive emotion.
you're
We
saying
should
that
not
black
hate
people
for something like that.
black people being offended by white people wanting to participate.
I think everyone has gender dysphoria to an extent. It's just levels of dysphoria that a lot of trans people have, or the levels of harm that they feel need a transition. I don't feel gender dysphoria at all. I just don't believe in gender. That's why. So Tuna said this really good. That's why I prefer to use the label non-binary, because I just don't believe in it. I don't perform gendered. I'll acknowledge things about my sex that are inexplicably out of my control. Easily, that's not a problem with me. But I don't think I ever perform gender at all, because I think gender is just a performance. Tuna brought this up before, that there's like a how dysphoric people are, and there's a spectrum like this. The most dysphoric people are trans people here, and in the middle it's cis people, and on the least dysphoric on the opposite end is non-binary people, because cis people are still like, you're still modifying your behavior to some extent to perform even the gender that you are, which I think has some inherent underlying dysphoria built into it. But surely, like, trans people have it, like the dysphoria, like people that are trans, that are their transness is informed by their dysphoria, are like peak dysphoric. Gender dysphoria be trying to fit in the mold of your preferred gender as much as possible. Man wanting to fit in certain criteria to display how much of a man they are if they feel. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that's when you feel like you have to rise to the category of your gender, and like I don't ever feel that way. Um, I just see this as this is just something that provides no utility to me whatsoever. Um, I think that yeah, I just think that the idea of like gendered or really gendered anything is like so silly to me. My kid got a lot of like super gender normed things from his mom, and I would always instantly correct it. It was like the most irritating thing to me that my kid would do, but I never like I wasn't irritated with him. I was irritated with the fact that like that got put on him. Like, well, that's like a boy's thing or that's a girl's thing. Um, and I would always be really bothered by like immediately correct like no, there's no such thing as girls things, boy things. Wearing clothes in public is performance. We could all be naked or cutting uh, each other's hearts out and throwing them down pyramids to please the gods. Civilization is performance. Sure, I think most of us are performing a vision of ourselves a lot. Like this is just how we express ourselves. But I don't ever take that performance as a reflection of something about uh like because I have these genitals or whatever, or this body type, like, and then I'm going to perform this way to like appease this image of this idea. That to me is silly. I don't suppress my emotions. I don't, as far as clothes go, I actually got in trouble in school. I had a pair of pants that were like getting fucked up, but I really liked them. So I just turned them into a skirt. Uh, I didn't think nothing of it when I wore it, but I got in trouble kind of at school. Like some teachers threw a big fit about it. So I lived in super fucking conservative, butt fuck nowhere in the thumb of Michigan. Um, and I just thought it was so dumb. Uh, one year for Christmas, I asked for an easy bake oven, and like a couple of people in my family thought that was like fucked up that my mom actually got it for me. I just wanted to bake fucking tasty food. I didn't care about it. Like I've said this a bunch before. When I was a kid, I always thought that gender was like it's kind of like a game that adults played, but like they didn't really mean it. Um, and when I got older, I thought it was really weird. I was like surprised. I thought it was just like one of those things that like when you got older that there was like a reason that they did that, but like everybody was like in on. Kind of like the Tooth Fairy or like Santa Claus. Like I understand it's just like a game that you play for kids. I thought there was like a reason that I just didn't quite get. Like I thought like even when I was a kid, like and I think around like somewhere between 8 and 10, I understood that like the fairy tale gift givers weren't real, but like I kind of understood like I could like get why adults would do that. Always thought the gender was gonna end up being like that. I just kept waiting for like the curtain to fall, and at some point I realized that like they're like all really bought into this. But I think of gender basically in the same category as like the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny. But like for some reason people just don't grow out of it.
Pate and their victim coded traditions, victim coded language.
Yeah.
When black people get offended by that, that's a sign that they're not healed.
Yeah. Or that you still harbor
Yeah,
resentment.
baking is cool.
And you're saying that they shouldn't. What if they just do?
Do what?
Harbor resentment.
I think that that's valid. But I think that ultimately there should be moving past that as well. I think that there should be a goal to move past your resentments and you don't, but this is just our fundamental differences in thinking is that you don't think that someone can be happy or that someone can heal from
Not a black
something
person.
like
Not a black person.
that. You think that black people are unhealable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that that's true.
I feel like it's still happening. How do you heal from something that's happening right now?
These things can be narrowed down to real gender differences, though. Simon Cohen's studies have shown that infant boys are more interested in things in girls and dolls, and we see these differences reflected in society. Uh, sure, I think so. I would say that these things are probably like I separate sex and gender when I talk about these things. So like yeah, sure. Animals like male animals seem to have like different roles than female animals depending on the animal. I don't deny this. This is clearly a thing that exists unquestionably. So like I think that like babies, uh, they're not the same as people. I think that infants are have more in common with like just like a non-human animal than like a grown human does. They're like all instinct, like no thought. Well, once we have the ability to think and understand things, it's going to impact every single aspect of how we uh, behave, the way that we view things, the way that we interact with each other, and interact with our environment. And one of the nice things about humans is that we're able to supersede our animalistic impulses uh, and choose something else to guide us. And I just think that these super sex driven pulls that are common for one sex or the other are just things that we don't have to adhere to. And if it doesn't make sense for us, then like it doesn't really make any sense to perform it. And if you are performing it anyways, it's probably not for you. True, but we can view this as coding language rather than the code. View this as the coding. Um, yeah, so let me put it this way too. I think that uh, gendering things, uh, such as like clothing or activities or whatever, I think this is really useful for a lot of people. It doesn't resonate with me in the slightest. And when I think of like things that are real and are not real, it just seems like it's something that's not really real, but it's something that rather that we try to like force into it being a thing. It just I can't find a way to get it to resonate with me. I can't find a way to not make it feel like I'm pretending or that it's like a game. It just seems very silly to me. Uh, is that like the only thing that really challenges it is like when I see how important it seems to be to other people. I can't deny like I'm not going to say like it's not actually important to them. It really seems like it is important to them, but I have no connection to that at all.
Well, it's funny because often I find that people who have exhibited the least amount of adversity for their race, like black people in black communities who don't interact with a lot of white people because they don't want to interact with white people, who have great jobs and who go to great colleges in liberal areas like California are
I'll wait
often the
till she
most outspoken
finishes.
about how racism has affected them when reasonably it hasn't affected them in any tangible way. Um, so I don't know. It's hard to as a white person also give like a quota for how offended someone can and should be about something like that while it's still happening because we don't know how often it's still happening actually.
It feels weird for her to say that black people from black communities and then explain it uh, because it seems like the fact that we have black communities would imply that there's some sort of division with race.
I know that 80% of America supported Black Lives Matter, which is a unprecedented amount of people who believe in full equality.
You say you don't, but then you also indulge in cliche male stuff like physics. I didn't know that that was a cliche male thing, which is a thing based on interest, while women around you probably in general are more interested in people. So let me put it this way. Um, so like I can tell you the reason that I found interest in physics had nothing to do with uh anything gendered. I watched a video and in that video, it talked about the double slit experiment, and it was just so weird to me. I was like, I want to know more about that. And so I picked up a book like this big, a little purple book, paperback, called Everything You Need to Know About Physics. And I read that, and that just totally blew my mind. And so then I just got super interested in it. Now, it's possible that I have a greater predisposition based on statistics to be interested in that because of my hormones and all that, because I'm a male. But this didn't drive my internal thought process whatsoever. Um, I didn't think like, well, uh, like people will be more accepting of me or something. Like I'll be more valued or validated or whatever if I get into physics because I'm a guy. It had no role in my decision to get heavily invested in it. And that's what I mean. Like obviously there's going to be things about being a male that I'm going to be blind to. Um, but I just don't see those things as what drives me to do anything. It seems detached
which
from
is the overwhelming majority.
how I see myself as a individual.
And I think probably even more people.
I guess in the same way that I wouldn't I'll try to think of a better thing.
I think that being a racist is
I don't want to rush through and misspeak.
Sometimes loud, very minute population. And I think it will get even smaller and smaller as we racially integrate.
But I have always acknowledged that there are some things regarding your sex that do impact things that are just like beyond your control or vision.
Great, obviously. And there will be less racists if we do make a conscious effort to racially integrate. Because most of racism is ignorance. It's not being around people. Not being able to experience life with people of different backgrounds. So I think it's overwhelming just a positive choice to do everything you can to racially integrate and to try to act as colorblind as possible. But going back, sorry. Yeah, I don't know how. And then also, it's hard. This is a hard thing because sometimes when you are a victim of a population and when you harbor trauma, you think that things are happening more than they are. I think that I probably experience more misogyny than I actually do because I'm sensitive to it. I have my radar up. And I think maybe that could also be a possibility if you're black, that you think that more things are racist than they are. Because this is a common mentality of someone who is traumatized. You have your radar up for to catch anything. So I don't know. Because is that radar advantageous to keep sometimes? Maybe, especially if you're not safe, right? That radar could keep you safe potentially. If I in the case where this is a case for racism, is that guy who didn't want to walk near the crackhead who got stabbed, who ended up getting stabbed in front of his girlfriend, famously a couple of months ago, and it went all over Twitter because people were like, oh, he was too scared to create space between him and a crackhead because he's so liberal. Which is true. Which is true. A lot of people do that. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I think I saw the video. I didn't hear the backstory though.
Yeah. So a lot of people do that. Where I've even made the conscious choice, if in a place where if a white person came into an elevator and I would move because I wanted to create more space, I've made conscious efforts to not move in a case like that because I'm like, oh, I don't want them to think that I'm racist.
Mm-hmm.
Is Lav saying she's afraid of white people?
Yeah, and then I get stabbed. So there are ways that if you have a cognitive bias, that it could actually help you. So like if you're a woman, don't go out don't go balls to the wall like, oh, misogyny doesn't exist and there's violence against women doesn't exist, so I'm gonna actually walk out of the house naked and I'm gonna walk into a rapist home, someone I know is a rapist. So there's some things like that it could actually potentially save you. So I don't know if a black person should completely forgo their victimhood, or at least the threat. But I don't know how much you have to keep either. It's a dance, I guess. It's definitely a dance, like, with me. It's like, I just went on a trip with a bunch of my guy friends, and I was very aware that, like, any of them could do something weird to me. So do I, like, not come, if I'm coming out near the bonfire at night and I don't usually wear a bra, like, should I just, like around this time of night, should I do this, or is that, like, weird to do? Because are any of them, like, would it even matter? Like, it was like I had to make conscious decisions where I was like, am I safe here, even though these are people that I, like, knew and love. So I don't know, it's like a dance.
Who usually rape you.
Yeah, that's true. So
Yeah.
it's like it's a dance that you have to do, but I don't think we should ever let ourselves harden too much, because I don't
You
think
think
that's
black
good.
people are too calloused?
I think that I think that black people are overwhelmingly calloused for good reason. And I think that it is probably time in history where they start to
Loosen up.
use that
Scrubbing,
that
exfoliating.
exfoliator. Yeah.
Yeah.
At least around people that you trust. In the same way I'm doing with my fucking guy friends. In the same way I'm doing with you.
You think you're trusting me more?
I trust you more
If you already trust them, do you really need to change anything? That seems weird.
than 90% of men, yeah.
I'm trying so hard to make what
I
you're
don't know if
saying
you know this.
work for
I'm
me.
very, very derangedly mean to most men.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
You think black people should stop wearing their bras at the campfire?
Yeah. At least
that
consider
means-
it.
That means letting their
That's
white
funny.
friends say the N-word casually.
At least consider it.
Now, black people always push back on this with, why do you need to say that word? You have every other word in the dictionary. Why that word? Why do you want to say that word so bad? Do you have an answer to that?
Well, one, the human condition is to want to do things that you're not allowed to do. But also,
But
I
then
think
once
that
you're allowed to do,
everyone is doing this. We're just lying about it, which is a problem. That creates a problem. And then two, also, I think it would be advantageous. So that's the main argument. I think it would be advantageous.
you think everyone is doing it? Probably under a certain age. I don't think everyone's doing it. Everyone who grew up listening to rap.
Sure. Everyone who grew up listening to rap, I think every single person at one point in their life has said it. Either does currently or has.
In the fun way.
In
That's
both.
what you're
I think
talking
both,
about.
but probably more oftentimes.
I don't know if that's a good argument. Yeah, I think most people have probably said the N-word. I don't think that's a good reason to say that people should say it around black people who would be offended. And that they need to chill about it. That seems dumb.
I'm so glad that two Jews could get together
And figure this out.
and tell black people what to do, like we always have. Heyo!
And they always listen. God bless them.
God bless.
She makes me uncomfortable when she talks about things like this, I gotta say.
Feels like black people are starting to hate Jews.
Definitely true. I think a lot of people are just starting to hate Jews. I think the worst PR. I think, first of all, Jews need to hire a new publicist, because Netanyahu coming on to be like, and we're starting to build in Gaza,
Is she about to go full Kanye? I don't
was
know what's
like
happening. She makes me
the
nervous.
worst thing he could have
Yeah.
possibly done. And then today, the first day of Passover, there was that huge protest of all those Jews in Israel saying, get Netanyahu out. Netanyahu has one of the worst approval ratings of any world leader. People fucking hate him. And yet he's still He's still there, and he's being crazy.
It feels like Black Americans think that Israel represents all Jews.
It doesn't, in a way. That is the Mecca. That is our promised Holy Land. But they think Netanyahu represents all Jews.
Wait, did she say it does or doesn't in a way?
And they always listen. God bless them.
God bless.
Hang on, I went back too far.
Feels like Black people are starting to hate Jews.
Definitely true. I think a lot of people are just starting to hate Jews. I think the worst PR. I think first of all, Jews need to hire a new publicist, because Netanyahu coming on to be like, and we're starting to build in Gaza, was like the worst thing he could have possibly done. And then today, the first day of Passover, there was that huge protest of
Their
all
Discord
those
noises
Jews
are
in Israel
annoying.
saying,
I assume it's Lab.
get Netanyahu out. Netanyahu has
'cause
one
I
of
haven't heard from
the
Mr. Grill
worst
before.
approval ratings of any world leader. People fucking hate him, and yet he's still there, and he's being crazy.
It feels like Black Americans think that Israel represents all Jews.
It doesn't, in a way.
I still can't tell.
That is the Mecca. That is our promised Holy Land.
Because it sounds like she's saying doesn't, but then what she says afterwards sounds like she said does.
But they think Netanyahu represents all Jews, which is the problem.
She's like professional.
Because Israel doesn't want what is. Israel's been begging for a ceasefire and to stop dropping
I
bombs
think
on
it's her
innocent
Discord
people for
notifications.
months now.
I think Mr. Grill's too aware to have that going on.
But nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about the good Jews. They only care about the bad Jews. Of which there are a lot, because there are a lot of bad people.
And most of them are Jews.
And most of them are Jews. Evidently. Should that be where we end?
Sure, it can be, yeah.
Feels like an appropriate place to end. So let me just my conclusion.
Okay.
I'm so apologetic for how many times I said the N-word. Please don't cancel me. Please don't dox me. Please don't find my house. I'm not racist. I swear to God. I swear to God. I swear to God. And please, 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 let me say the N-word. And don't get mad at me when I do. Please.
I have this inner conflict when I'm trying to be sensitive toward a group of people, and then I feel very warmly toward you, and then you start being insensitive to that group of people, and then I I don't know what to do.
Well, I think you understand where I'm coming from, and you know that I'm not, like, bigoted. So I think what you're experiencing is, oh, this thing that I really believed, I'm experiencing a different viewpoint from someone I know who isn't racist, of which I have not thought before.
But I think you're being insensitive.
I am being insensitive, yeah. I'm literally being insensitive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so then I don't know how to exist in the conversation.
But you know I'm doing insensitivity because I think that I genuinely believe in a brighter, racially integrated relationship between people in America, and my collateral is insensitivity, not my point is insensitivity.
Uh-huh.
I'm not saying be insensitive. I'm saying, unfortunately, we have to be insensitive for a greater cause. For what I truly think that you believe, and
Spoiler alert, it gets worse with the notifications. Jesus,
that
really?
I genuinely believe is a greater cause.
I'm trying so hard to ignore it, and it's very hard to ignore. It's rough.
I don't know how to be loving to you and to Black people at the same time.
That's the beauty of life.
When, in general, no, when
is that
you're,
you have to juggle so many complex.
It's her notifications. I've been going wild trying to stop them. I'm so sorry. There's nothing I can do about it.
No, you don't. You can
Oh.
choose everyone at once.
I don't know how to do that when you're saying that their feelings are like fake.
I'm not saying that they're fake. I think they're very real.
You're saying they're pretending to be offended.
Yeah.
I think some people are. But if we're just talking about the people who aren't pretending, I think that I believe.
But
that
you
their
think
feelings
most
are
people
real.
are pretending. You're like, stop pretending to be offended. Stop pretending you're mad.
All the black people.
But I don't think they
know
are
are.
pretending.
Well, it's hard for me to
That's what,
think that
she's been
everyone.
saying.
That's just. I mean, that's more of a me thing. It's just. That's. I don't. I'm not saying factually. I think that most people are pretending. I'm saying that's probably just a me thing.
It just seems that way.
To me, yeah, which you can completely choose to disregard because that's completely opinion based. I mean, all of this is opinion based. You can disregard any of this. But I don't want you to get caught up on that because I can totally reasonably also believe someone when they say that most people are offended. And then I would still have the same reaction.
I don't understand. I feel like she just said something and then said the opposite of it, but like unflinchingly. Did I understand it right? Does somebody else have a different take on that?
Do you know how mad the Radfems would get at me if they would, it would be like I said the N-word for me to be like, give men a chance. They'd be like, you fucking cocksucker, cum bucket, disgusting handmaiden. Like, they'd be fucking mad. So, telling people that they should,
Cocksucking
telling a
cum
sick
bucket,
person
handmaiden.
that they should work towards healing, or telling a prejudiced person that they should
He says I hate her. I'm sorry.
stop being
Leader.
prejudiced makes them very upset.
She lives in chaos.
Okay, I have one final challenge question.
Okay.
Do you think you're jealous of black people's victimhood?
I feel like I've had less to say in the last 20 minutes because my brain's just been like whittled down. Trying to wrap my head around some of this. And my saving grace has been some of the things people have said in chat. Jim challenging. I say this in a positive way. What I said about gender was good. That seemed to like light up the neurons a bit for me. I feel like trying to follow what Lav's saying, like there's a path really there for me to walk down, just like dulling me.
They're self-indulgence.
I don't even mean to be mean to her when I say I'm like this. Honestly, how I feel. I'm not trying to shit on her even.
Like fat people.
Imagine having to live with this person. Holy fuck, that sounds like torture. I would imagine she's not like this to her fiance. Maybe. Like, I'm very nice to people, generally speaking, who come on my stream and talk to me. Even chatters, I'd say, generally. But I'm still way more kind and caring towards my wife and
I don't know.
my friends, even if it might look different
Because my immediate thought
or could look like less. It's still much more so in the positive in my real life.
was, well, my immediate thought was, well, I have some victimhood too. I'm a Jew. And I'm a woman. So I know what it feels like.
Oh my god. It's like if she could just purchase a bottle of victimhood, she'd guzzle that shit just running down her cheeks like a Viking fucking drinking a beer in an anime. She expresses her impulses, then tries to rationalize them. That sounds pretty true. I think that's a pretty solid observation, to be honest. Send this podcast to black people. I won't. I will not do that. I feel like that may be
Which is obviously
misinterpreted.
that would mean the answer would be yes.
But
I
do you
am
know what it
jealous.
feels
Every
like
time
to
you
be
hear
so
Discord being-
encouraged by everyone
That would... I feel like that could be interpreted as racial harassment.
to revel in it?
No. Yeah, no. That I
Are you jealous of that?
I have to
guess,
turn up my
yeah,
vape
maybe a little
to
bit.
pulse mode.
That even when people say
More
the N word to be
nicotine.
nice, they're trying to be affectionate to black people when they say the N word, and even that they're like, "Oh, you're killing me.
These new
I'm
vapes are
having
game
slavery
changers.
flashbacks right now. Are you jealous?" And everyone's like, "How could you?" Even me, I say the word, and I'm still I'm still like, Leah, how could you say this? Are you jealous of that amount of
I'm having a
indul-
panic attack that we're not.
Just to get a break from this, I'm going to talk about this. They came out with rechargeable disposable vapes. So you can charge them back up. They're like twice as much. Uh, they last like twice as long as the ones I used to buy at less cost. They're better flavors. I'm totally fucking head over heels for these things. They're fantastic. And they have two different modes. Like the regular, and then like if you just want like a big blast. I fucking love these. They should have been around more. Is she having a panic attack? I don't know. I'm gonna rewind. I just wanted a minute from her. This is the most frustrating I think I've ever heard Lav for me personally. Because usually even when I think she's wrong or I disagree with her, I get it, but like I feel like the stuff she's saying here, like I don't really get it.
Are you jealous of that amount of
I'm having a
indul-
panic attack that we're not recording right
Oh,
now. Hold on.
I didn't hear her say that. Now I'm just looking at her Discord. Barack Obama. Huh.
We've got to be.
Wait, where's her best friend? Big Tech on there. I don't see Big Tech.
Yeah.
If we're not, I'll kill myself. We are. Holy shit. Holy
It's not even
shit.
her
Okay, sorry.
opinions.
Keep going.
Are you jealous of that amount of encouragement and indulgence?
Yeah, I think I'd like to be a victim more. I think I'd love.
Can you imagine saying that? Like, I think it's true. And I think that's true of a lot of people. If, insofar as when you say, I'd like to be a victim more, it to mean like, I'd like it if people had more consideration for the things that I feel victimized by. Wait, wait a minute. I just looked at my Discord. That's weird. Leader, did you send something to me and then delete it? Because you're at the top of my messages, but only your last like message from several days ago showed
Nothing
up.
more than to wallow and be a puddle of every self-indulgence,
Ugh.
every victim indulgence. I think I would love to sit in a room where everyone was encouraging me that I
Okay.
was not
That
in
makes
control
sense.
of anything that has ever happened to me or that could happen to me, and that I'm doing everything right. Yeah, I think that would be awesome.
I believe that. That sounds correct. Uh, I know a lot of women that I've known personally that would agree with that first part, who would feel really good if everybody or if somebody else just dictated all the things, they didn't have to make decisions. Um, I know a lot of women that have that like very submissive trait. Well, I guess the second one will follow too. Everybody wants to feel like, yeah, I think that's just a pretty easy to swallow true
I
thing
think that would feel really good.
for me.
But value-wise, I am glad that no one does that.
It's like being a baby.
Yeah, it is like being a baby. I think we
I get accused of doing
infantilize
that.
black people a lot.
I get accused of doing that with you.
Maybe you do.
What?
We do that to people that we love.
She has so much control in these podcasts where it's just them. I don't accept that.
I would say that's one of the biggest criticisms I get. lately is that I encourage you too much and that I don't tell you
Oh, okay.
like I don't
I'm
know,
baby.
accountability, that I don't hold you accountable.
It's possible I have these values of accountability because so many people have projected that onto me.
I think you're also allowed to be goob.
If I was a different sort of person, I obviously wouldn't believe the things that I believe because I'd be a different person. So, of course, my worldview
Okay.
is influenced by things that have happened to me. And maybe nobody allowing me to be a victim makes me not want to allow anyone to be a victim as well. Sort of the cycle of behavior.
Okay. That makes
Because
sense.
surely, I mean, also if any of my black friends came up to me and were like, "Fuck," I'm like, the world feels heavy because I'm black and because all these things have happened to my ancestors and me even. There's no reality in which I'd say, if this was someone that I love, there's no reality that I would say,
I think Tariq Nasheed should review this podcast.
yeah, but buck up. I'd be like, I can't even imagine. I can't even. I'd let them say whatever they wanted to say. I'd let them be a victim for as long as they wanted to be a victim. But still, I'd have the value that they probably.
All right, I have a problem with this. Okay, like when I had said earlier that like black people have an earned, deserved victimhood status. I mean this in a certain way. In a way that has no judgment attached to it. It just seems like there have been enough bad things that have happened, and enough hardships that still exist today, to where it just is the case. Um, but I feel like Lav moves back and forth between using it in that way, and then also using it in the like social condemning, you're choosing victimhood kind of way. Like you're using this label of victim to shield yourself from uh, like criticism, or you're using it as a way to redirect from things that you're doing that are bad. It just seems like she's using it in these two ways, but she never denotes when she's switching it, and it makes it hard to tell what she's meaning in that moment. And it's really, I think it's really easy to just assume whatever one would be worse for what she's saying.
It would behoove them, at least,
And so I just
to
don't
solve
know.
the problem. If the problem needs solving, which I
But the way she talks, I think I know. I do think that I know which one she's saying, and I don't like how she's saying it a lot of the time.
think it does. Because I think that you can avoid things like racism and people being upset by racism by doing what I'm saying to do. So maybe it's like, it's just very like problem analysis, logistical. Like if you want to solve the problem, this is what you do, and that's what I believe that this is. I believe that this stops racism.
No, I don't think it would. I think that if we didn't have a word that we could use to make black people feel really bad, that would be good. It would be good for race relations. It would be good for all parties. It doesn't solve racism. What? The only thing, the only thing that makes white people racist against black people is that we have the N-word. If that was just gone, there would be no reason to think you were superior.
At least not saying
or
the
if they
N-word,
were
but
inferior.
racial integration, which I think a token of full racial integration is white people being able to say the N-word.
If it happened through, that's so weird. So like, if it happened to be the case that like racism died out, like there was just no people that felt like they were superior to black people, and black people didn't feel like other people, or if they didn't have like additional hurdles to go over because they were black, then it would just make sense that anybody could say the N-word. But going about the way that she's talking about everybody being able to say the N-word, without there being any social consequences doesn't mean that we've gotten to that point. It seems like she's using the outcome of what removal of racism would look like. If you could just get to this one particular outcome of it, then that would mean that we've achieved something that could produce that outcome. It's very, very strange way of looking at it. Very confusing. Why this outcome based
I'm getting a
reasoning
lot of
rewriting
notifications right now that I hope
the,
nobody can hear, but I know that they can.
rewriting what it means that we're here after the
I know
fact. It's
that.
very weird.
Sorry about that. If you're hearing that, that's very unprofessional. I don't know how to shut that off. I'm tech retarded because I'm a woman.
You
It's
just go
still
into
happening.
settings in Discord
So,
and turn off notification
listener.
sounds.
You should be recording these and uploading them. Sorry, did I interrupt your staring blankly, drooling into the camera moment?
Yeah.
Sorry. What are your feelings about this episode is way too long. What are your feelings about
Yeah, so if you don't know, you go into settings in Discord. Under app settings, you can click notifications and then just turn off enable desktop notifications. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Oh wait. No, I'm sorry. That's not true. You click notifications, you scroll down to sounds, and then just disable the message notifications. I have a lot of the sounds turned off. I can't even hear the sounds when somebody calls me.
Well, I've actually literally given you this exact feedback before, where I say that you do
I got a lot to say about this bad podcast, but also nothing at all. You're in chat. Feel free to say it.
infantilize me, and it is bad for me.
Yeah.
Part of the reason why we had our friend breakup is because I said that you let me stew in a way that was extremely unproductive and troubling and sabotage for me. You
That's dumb. She's blaming him for her actions.
let me self-sabotage myself, and it was keeping me.
You let me self-sabotage. We don't need the extra myself. No, you self-sabotaged. It's no one else's job to stop you. Somebody can try to if they want to, but it's never their responsibility.
Unhappy.
That makes me uncomfortable. Deflecting accountability on other people like that makes me really
And I didn't like that
uncomfortable.
about our friendship. I thought it was very bad for me and you, probably, to
I think
enable
it'd
that.
be bad for him to
My
have
black
that level
friends
of
love it.
accountability
Yeah.
for her.
Because
They
it
love
feels
it.
good. It feels
They
fucking good.
love it. They love it.
It feels good. While you were doing it, while you were saying, "Oh no, I did nothing wrong and I was victimized by this man," I felt like I felt incredible. It was just what the doctor ordered, just like Mom didn't used to make. Like it felt so fucking good because I'd experienced it very little in my life. But then moving on,
Oh, camera
once
too.
I wanted to move on, once I felt sufficiently or once I was so depressed for weeks and months, I was like, okay, what changes here? And a lot of that was reflection, and then a lot of that was okay, what can I be doing differently? And also, how did I contribute? And that helped me. And then I didn't need you anymore. And in fact, being around you made me worse.
Yeah.
So I think that this is perfectly, everything comes down
And she's blaming Mr. Grill for her participation in the report
to the
after
same
the
thing.
fact.
which
Yeah.
is our relationship.
It's really crazy because I feel like that's actually a DGG talking point. Is that he manipulated her into doing the report? He didn't. I genuinely think that from things that he said, I think that between Lav and Shaylin, they both put an overwhelming amount of pressure on him to do the report. He said that when he would want to not work on the report anymore and he wanted to give it up. Uh, I think he said, so I could be wrong on the exact specifics, but so I just won't even give him, but like Shaylin made him feel really bad. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but she made him feel really bad for wanting to give up on it. But yeah, I think that Mr. Girl feels an unnatural sense of responsibility to other people that most people don't feel. And I don't care what kind of examples people want to give me to what makes them think otherwise. This is what I think. And I think for him, he didn't feel like there was really any choice, that he had a moral duty to do it.
The N word is really about us
Lacking accountability vocally.
when you think about it.
Wait, what the fuck did she say?
When you think about it.
God damn it.
Everything comes down to the same thing, which is our relationship. The N word is really about us when you think about it.
They could have been funny if she had a better conversation about it before she said
Yeah.
that.
These
Pretty harsh.
notifications are brutal. These notifications are going crazy. I don't know how to turn them off. But what'd you say?
Mr. Girl
Pretty
right now.
harsh?
Yeah.
He looks and sounds fucking exhausted. Mr. Grow right now, I lost my career because of you and you blame me. I feel like there has to be, it's funny to read that, but I think that there's something interesting there. It has to be a very emotionally difficult thing to process, the kind of responsibility that he set himself up for with Flav, and knowing that she is certainly a catalyst for the undoing of his career. That has to be tough. Like, look at him. Just looks exhausted.
What is?
You with yourself.
What do you mean?
I think he really just wants to help her, and it's a hard job.
I don't know. It just feels like the choices are that you see are to wallow and self-destruct, or
Yeah, he's sad. I think he tried really hard to get through. She never answered his question, and I think that this is the kind of thing that's really, I think Mr. Go cares a lot about race issues. And I think that when you care a lot about race issues and you try to get somebody you care about to understand why some of the things that they're saying are problematic, it's sad and it's exhausting and it's really difficult. And at a certain point, you don't know what the fuck to do about it anymore. Mr. Girl will have his pound of flesh.
Only
Get
you
over
see
it.
it as that black and white.
get over everything and everything's your fault.
No, so this is your BPD speaking.
Oh
Let it
my
go for a second.
God.
Let go of your preconceived notions of choices and how you have to choose one thing or the other thing.
Okay.
This is the this is a good example of how Mr. Girl acts like a parent to her. She is unrelentingly, after all this stuff, after all this maddening chaos of not being able to get through on what's really some really simple fucking ideas about race, which is something that he does care a lot about, she's still able to just berate him well after the point that he's done, and he's still responding to her with kindness and letting her steer her own actions, despite the fact that this is just as much his podcast as it is hers.
You can be in somewhere in the middle, where maybe you have some friends who do this to you, who let you be a victim, or maybe you have someone who lets you be a victim for half of the time, or asks, "Do you want me to let you cry right now, or do you want me to help you solve this problem?"
For all the people, in Emery, this is partially pointed at you too, who have criticized Mr. Girl for how he treats Lav and like the structure of the relationship. It is really, I think, really bad for Mr. Girl at certain points. I think at some points it's totally fine. Like, this is an example where I think this is just, it's just harmful to him at her benefit.
And you can decide whether or not you want to do either.
She doesn't understand emotion at all. Why does she delusionally believe you can control what you feel? Smith was right. Oh, fuck, I don't remember.
You seem pretty set on problem solving.
I want my life to be good. I want to be happy.
Did he say that, though? Because if so, I do agree with him. We need a creator boundaries for Lav.
I'm much happier now than I was when we were talking.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I also don't feel as safe. But I don't know how often you're supposed to feel safe. I don't know how often is reasonable until you just become, your friends become an echo chamber for you. I think that's I don't know if I believe in stagnation like that. But I definitely feel way more unsafe now. And with myself a lot. But that's life. That's how you grow. That's how you know you're growing, literally. Maybe in a bad direction, but I think in my case it's positive. Hopefully, or something bad is gonna happen to me soon.
Please, you beg what? What do you beg? I've reached out to Lav before. I originally wanted her to just be my co-host for the relationship advice show, because I thought it'd be a funny dynamic of me and her. But she didn't respond then, and like, I've talked to Lav before. I'll talk to Lav again if she wants to. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
These notification noises, holy shit.
What happened?
Holy shit. Actually, I don't even think that they're hearing them because this is a window.
Does it make you more mad to hear her comment on it?
No capture.
I'm more frustrated hearing her comment on it.
So I don't think that they're hearing them.
Well,
Unless
you
it's
can
Discord.
see your on. Are you in OBS?
Yeah.
You can see your audio if the bars jump when the noises happen, then they're hearing them.
Okay, be really quiet so I can see. Wait, where's the sources? Wait, audio.
Under audio mixer.
Audio mixer or window capture?
Oh.
Wait.
Should be a window or a panel that says audio mixer. Or on mine there is.
There's not on mine.
Oh.
So I'm fucked. I have no idea. But if you're if you hear this, I'm so sorry. 'Cause it's really bad. It is so bad. It is actually so bad right now. So I think we have to I don't know where this is coming from. I don't even know. Nobody talks to me this much. I don't know what this is coming from.
Oh my god.
Okay.
You feel good about this?
No, I feel sad.
Oh.
But yeah, we can stop.
What do you feel sad about?
Um,
I'm assuming you saw this already, Emery, but if not, good call.
I don't know.
He does know, but I don't think he wants to say it on stream.
I guess just that you're unforgiving with yourself. Harsh. They're just that you're harsh with yourself. That's what it is.
I think I'm self-aware. I think I see that as self-awareness.
Yeah.
Or I think I see it as strong constitution. I think I value that in a person.
I don't know how to help you with that because I have the same problem. That's what I'm sad about. I'll work on it.
Be less sad.
It's a complicated comparison, but that's where my mind went watching it.
You should you should do
Could you elaborate, Goob?
contrary action. You should think about why you're sad and then be less sad. Because it's unproductive.
Thank you, Lab.
But anyway, yeah, I think that's
Appreciate
this
that.
is a good time to end.
Okay.
So say your outro. Where can they find you?
I can't.
Okay.
Mr. Girl never does that. She knows this.
Okay, well, you'll find him here every week for an hour, but today it's 2 hours, so that's awesome.
Every week?
Every day for an hour. Every single day for an hour. Every Monday. Every Monday, Max has agreed to at least a minimum of 1 hour.
Yeah.
And we know
Oh, God, I hate that. Did you not see the comment above it? That she knows she's obnoxious? I just didn't know which thing you were responding to. I don't know if you're responding to the stream, or if there was like a delay, you responding to me. But leader, we definitely have some chatty chatters in here sometimes. Leader's fine,
at least a minimum of 1 hour.
and we never complain about chatters.
And we
Chat.
know every single time it's not going to be an hour. So look forward to an hour plus every Monday from your favorite podcast, Padded Walls. Thank you, and good night
Good
from
night.
Israel.
Oh. I feel exhausted. Oh my god. Yeah, leader, give me like a minute or two. I ran out of cold filtered water while I was doing this. We can talk about lab in a minute. I just got to fill up my water pitcher so that like in 20-30 minutes, I want more water now, but I'd rather wait and have it be cold. I'm gonna go fill up my water pitcher filter thingy. God damn it! And then I'll be back and we can talk about Lav. So give me like a minute ish. I'll be right back. Oh shit. Terdium, thank you for gifting a membership. I appreciate it a lot. Oh, good. Okay. Call. Hello? Oh, I can't hear you. 1 second. It's me, though. It's me. Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay, how we doing?
I'm doing all right. Give me 1 sec. Oh, no. Oh, Jesus. Pop out. That's not what I wanted. Nope. Wait, is that it? Why is this not doing it? There we go. Oh, that's... There you go. You gonna give me a camera?
Hello, camera?
Yeah, please.
Oh, my camera. I'm not set up for camera right now, unfortunately.
Okay.
If you give me 10 minutes, I could or 5 minutes, I could probably put something nice on and get on camera if you like. But you'd have to wait. I don't know if you want to wait.
It doesn't matter. I'll put up your icon either way. But
Yeah.
Can you do me a small favor?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you unfiltered let's just say some of the things that you feel about that conversation or lab by yourself for a minute? I have to use the restroom, and I may be like
Yeah,
a
sure.
minute or two. So if you could just entertain
Yeah,
the chat
absolutely.
for me for a minute, I'll still be listening. Oh wait, never mind.
Yep.
Somebody's in the restroom. Okay, we can talk for a minute, and then I'll let you loose.
Yeah, no worries. So I think that listen, all right, Lab's opinions are like what I thought you're in the middle of is you're sort of like, well, I can't really relate to anything she's saying. She seems to be going back and forth and a little bit. I feel as if this is like her opinions on this haven't been particularly well thought out. I mean, if you sum it up like as most charitably you can, it's like, oh, well, I believe that freedom of speech is a thing, and that people should, that the people not being able to sort of engage with black people on the same, or white people not being able to engage with black people on the same level by not being able to say these slurs is really something that's holding back our relationships. And it is this is something we should overcome. But she kind of like flip flopped between that and like what was it? You mentioned your definition, how you thought she was sort of using. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, essentially like that between like and she. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, like, this is a semi sort of like serious talk with Mr. Girl, and like, you would expect that she would have thought about her opinions a little bit more deeply before she sort of brought it up like this. I feel as if like she's the main sort of cause is that she's angry that she can't, there are some things that she can't be some outrage, there's this outrage around the N-word is too great for her, and she can't sort of like treat, black people in the same way she treats trans people, or like a lot of her social she says things that are provocative and downright hateful in some cases. And she can't, there's like the N word sort of like being held in this sort of like special status above all of that. And she can't be as like provocative without that, with around this world, without sort of like getting pushback on that. I feel as if that right there is like the core reason as to where this conversation is coming from, and her cloudiness around sort of like exactly sort of like why she wants to use it, and why people should sort of reconcile, and black people and white people should reconcile, remove our differences, and be on the same level. Her like opaqueness, she doesn't have it all locked down. And so what I'm suggesting is that hedonism is very much the correct way to sort of view this particular engagement. Does
It's
that make
really
sense?
hard. It's really hard to not see it that way. So it's entirely possible that she does have a more nuanced, like, actual position on it, but the only way that she can express it is through this like hedonistic lens, I guess. Um, it just might be that she really only knows how to express things that she cares about through like a very self-centered like
Yeah.
language. But if that is the case, I feel like she didn't really take the help that Mr. Grill tried to give her by building a bridge over to the like the true to the facts of the matter in this conversation
Yeah.
about some of the things she was saying. But like, did you ever see the interview that Joe Rogan did with Kanye West?
I can't say I didn't.
Okay, I was very excited for it because I knew it was going to be totally fucking bonkers, and it was. It was absolutely batshit
And
crazy.
this is after the meltdown, right?
No, it was way before it.
Okay, all right, yeah.
It was when he was like hanging out with Trump and stuff. That's like when I think I first heard about it. Anyway, it was like a 2.5 hour long run on sentence from Kanye. But every once in a while, he would say something that I was like, oh, this is actually really smart. This is like super insightful. This is actually like brilliant right here. But it'd be sandwiched between two of the most fucking crazy things I've ever heard in my life. So
Yeah.
it's really hard for me to put a lot of value on that thing because I don't know if it's just like did I just see a broken clock, or
Yeah.
is there actually a lot of really smart things in here that are just being so poorly communicated that I just can't it's just impossible for me to not take an uncharitable way of looking at it. But you want to be able to find these like these things to grab onto, because some of the things she said, I'm like, yeah, I actually agree with that. That's a pretty good point. But it was just sandwiched between so much either like super socially backwards or just like outright stupid fucking things.
For me, it's
when I say
like,
stupid, it's like I know that she knows that it's wrong. For me, stupid means you know what's correct and it doesn't impact your judgment. So that's what I mean when I say stupid things that she's saying. That it's hard for me to know if the things that I agreed with are actually what she feels or if that's just what she's saying right then.
I feel like, well, what I want to say about this is that Lav seems to. You got me jumbled up. I had such a great with Kanye. I need to go back. Kanye, right? So Kanye is actually like, I feel like he's an incredibly intelligent person. Clearly, his creativity is off the charts. He's and like when he's not schizo, he says things which do seem to be like very on point socially. The problem is that, I feel as if like, be it drugs, be it his mental illness, he's gone so far off the deep end.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's it. But Lav, I just this is the argument. It's not a difficult argument to make, the free speech argument, right? It's like, look, black people are white people, and everyone else's and all other people's equals. We don't treat them as such. And anything that's sort of like any sort of way we treat them differently is actually doing a disservice to black people, because it's not helping them reach their full potential. This argument is really all she needed to say, but it wasn't. It was more like, well, black people are really being held back because white people can't say the N-word, and That's bad because I don't like it.
Well, I mean, she had more than that in there, but when she would have that in there,
I
she would
know.
usually
I
follow
know.
up with something that was just like really bad. And in fact, I think the free speech argument is even more simple than that. For the free speech argument, all you really
The
have to say is
presentation was
that
so off.
I understand that this bothers people, but there's a lot of things that I can say that can bother people. And it's not my responsibility to police my language so that other people feel comfortable. That's not a principle that I believe in. I think that one of the core tenets of being an American is having the freedom to say what's on your mind. And I think that unless I'm threatening somebody, they should have no right to try to cause me harm simply for me speaking what's on my mind. That's all you really have
Yeah,
to
there's-
say to make the free speech
yeah.
argument.
Yeah, yes, yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. And
It seems a little colorblind, but it is an okay argument to make.
absolutely. And in some cases, like I do feel that there is elements of this which are sort of like are we enforcing like some level of oppression by like holding people or like holding them to the standard where listen, I know you're offended that this person just said this word. I'm so sorry. You know what I mean? It's sort of like it's enforcing these values on a race of people, which may not actually sort of be there in a vacuum. And so sure, but there has been sort of cultural oppression and other forms of oppression on Black people in the past, maybe even still is today. So I can understand sort of like
There is
people that would be, yeah. But I don't know. The lab thing. It's just. What did she say? She like there was the argument back in the conversation where she was like literally she made like a free speech argument and she followed up by saying the N word harder and like several times and it was like what is like the delivery of this message is like the most offensive possible way you could deliver this message at all. Like I couldn't conceive of anyone else that would put that message out there. It's almost designed to be hated.
The worst thing that she said in that whole thing, which I actually think was like just bad. It was really bad. Is when she said the hard R N word and then said like Black people, implying that like she clearly meant to say. And I was just like, oh, these are synonymous to you. Like that is that is like probably one of the most racist comments you could make, considering the like I know you're not from the U.S., but like the U.S. understanding of like what the N-word is, that is very it's got to be up there with some of the worst things you could possibly say in terms of like talking about race. That was really, really, really bad.
Yeah, I feel
kind
as
of
if
blew
the
me
whole
away.
I feel as if the whole conversation is if you got someone who maybe not Destiny, because Destiny wouldn't sort of like I don't think he would do it would be bad for his brand, but take someone like Tariq Nasheed, he got to look at this podcast. He'd be like, this is the perfect example of how all white people, see us and the N word. There's no, we don't, there's no, we weren't oppressed at all. This is the pinnacle of like taking this argument. Like she did it's almost a caricature of, white people are just mad. They can't say the N word.
I would like to see Fnatic go over this. I would watch that.
That would be crazy. Oh, I don't know.
I think he would have some really, really good, insightful things to say that are articulated way better than me. Like I know, like it's like race is one of his like really strong subjects. I've seen him like destroy people on the subject, and I think that I think that he'd have some words for sure. One of my biggest issues with this whole thing is that she oscillated between saying the hard R and then saying like the N word, like the words the N word, and this destroys your argument. Like I said, I don't know if you were here yet, but I said I'm making a video about free speech, and I say a lot of slurs in it because if I didn't say them, it would invalidate the idea of the entire video. It wouldn't make any
Here's-
fucking sense for me to censor myself if I'm talking about free speech as a subject.
Here's
It
a
would be
question for you, 'cause
hypocritical.
here's a question for you, right? A really good one, because like this, I've been sort of pondering this as well. Would it be socially acceptable to say like the N word harder if you gave people a trigger warning for it?
It depends on the context.
Well,
If you say
if
trigger
you were, like,
warning
on
and
a
then
pod-
you go off like what's his name?
You cut out for me. Am I?
The Seinfeld guy. Like if you just go off
Yeah.
like him, but you say trigger warning first, probably not. If you say trigger warning
Probably
first
not.
and then you recite like the worst Klan rally speech, probably not.
Well, I know, obviously, right? But I mean, like, is
Like I think
that
in my free
something
speech
that's
video,
cool?
I'll probably have a warning. I won't say trigger warning, but I'll probably have like a disclaimer in the beginning, just letting people know that I'm going to be using language that's going to be uncomfortable for a lot of people. And then it's just explained that like why it's happening, just so that if somebody clips it or something, or somebody catches it out of context, I can point to the fact that I at least did make an effort to give context before somebody came in contact with it. And if somebody clips it to make me look bad or something, just know that they're the ones that are doing the thing that's trying to make people feel uncomfortable, and that I at least did some due diligence to make sure that if this is something that you're just in no situation you're going to be okay with, that it's something that you could avoid. That's probably like the best way that you can do that.
Yeah, that's because that's sort of what I was sort of like thinking about it a little bit, because like usually, I'm not, in my opinion, you probably, you shouldn't be saying things to, I don't know.
Well,
Don't
there's a
be
difference
overtly
between a
rude
freedom
to
of
people
speech
and
and the freedom to make people listen.
yeah, absolutely. But I don't know. For me personally, I just like the whole trigger warning thing has been very sort of like it's never resonated well with me. It's like, do we really have to sort of put a pen around what people can think? A mental pen. Or don't watch this video if is that outside of like the worst possible cases that really shouldn't be necessary. But like thinking about it, they're almost, if you're, because like usually what I've sort of like picked up about the sort of like saying the N word harder is that it's almost never acceptable. Even in a clinical sense, you'll probably get some flack, even if you were sort of like saying that in a more sort of like textbook way. This is how they say it. This is what, it feels almost like a historical reading, or like, a use, or sort of like you're going through some document where it was like describing how people would use it. And this is sort of like what they would say. Even if you were to go over that, my understanding is that, people would still get angry about it. But thinking about it, it's almost as if like this is like sort of like a trigger warning would almost, you would think, like sort of like put that under the rug, so you could like say, well, we've given people like ample warning. I don't know. I'm sort of like, I'm deviating crazily.
In
from what the
Lav's
original
case,
case looked
I
at.
thought Mr. Girl was
Yeah.
super valid in pointing out that it's kind of hypocritical for her to give a trigger warning and then say that people shouldn't be offended. She acknowledges so much that people have the right to avoid it, that she's giving a trigger warning and then explaining why people should embrace it. Kind of odd. Well, what do you think about the context that I gave in this? I went to a concert as a rap show, and I sang all the words, lots of N-words in Joyner's music. Everybody was singing along. Nobody cared. And the reason nobody cared is because the context is that we all bought tickets because we like his music. We're saying the word because it's part of the music. Nobody in their right mind would ever think that you're going to a rap show just so that you can get away with saying the N-word around black people. Like, nobody's going to go to this show. One, you're probably not going to pay a black artist if you're racist. But also, nobody in their right mind would learn all the lyrics, go to a show, just to, like, stick it to black people, right?
Yeah,
That'd be
I
crazy.
agree with that. But like the thing with Kendrick Lamar and like the 9-year-old girl, right? Well, not the nine. Well, I'm not sure she was 9, but didn't Kendrick Lamar like go off at a child for like singing along to his lyrics on stage?
I thought it was just like a
Okay.
woman. I didn't know if it was a child or not. But either way, yeah, he's in the wrong for that. I
Yeah,
totally think he's in the wrong.
I agree with you. I think I think it's silliness. I think it's the height of silliness, especially if it's in your song. If you bring someone on stage to sing your song, crazy, it's absolutely mad. But
She was so big
this
of a
is sort of
fan
like
that she forgot to censor herself. Like, she knows that she'd get in trouble. She was at the show because she likes his music. She was so in it. She was so in the moment that she forgot to do that. Because, like, I don't think there's a part of her thought, oh, I'm gonna get like famous for saying. I just don't think that's how that works.
I mean, it's not even like to me. What that's sort of like informed a lot of my opinions about how people or how some people sort of like view this word, where it's almost never allowed. I listen. I've got black friends. Some of them want me to say that, but in a sort of like more broader sort of societal context, when you're not sort of with someone who when you're not sort of with someone who feels strongly one way or the other, it almost feels like it's almost never okay. And I don't know. It's just I agree with you that like it seems silly, but if I had to sort of like if you asked me to put a pin on like where I think society would land with the Kendrick Lamar, I'd say you could almost never say it. That's what I think. I think you could almost never say the N word without there being someone upset, or without it upsetting. Maybe you're not even upsetting black people at that point, but you're still sort of like you're saying something that
You're
people
being
would find,
upsetting.
like, yeah, essentially, people would be upset for the fact that you said it, and this is up. Maybe now they think you're racist or something like that. You know what I mean?
I don't accept. I think I was just talking to Tuna about this the other night in DMs. I don't accept it when somebody's offended on behalf of somebody who's not offended. So like if I'm hanging out with my buddy, and if my buddy's black and he doesn't care if I use the N-word and I tell a joke that has an N and he laughs, if somebody's offended on his behalf, you're an asshole. You're telling
I completely
you're telling
agree
me
with
I shouldn't be loose and feel free around my friend, and you're telling my friend that he should be mad at
How to
me
feel.
instead of being happy and laughing along. Like you're an
Yeah.
asshole. You're making a problem where there wasn't one now. And I think that's bad no matter what.
But I feel as if like this is sort of with any social norms, you're signing up for that, right? So like even with the N word, so like
No, I think that's co-opting
If
victimhood.
we accept, but if we accept that people shouldn't say the N word, then people are going to enforce that, and those people will include people that shouldn't be technically offended. It is a bit ridiculous that like you've got the first sort of like well it seems to me that some of the first line of defense for some of this wildly sort of inappropriate victimhood garbage is like white people. Like if you, for example, in your particular example, like white, it would be completely inappropriate. But I feel as if that's what the social norm.
It
So,
does happen, which is why it's
what's
worth
gonna
bringing
happen,
up.
yeah.
And I think that is just wholly bad. We don't need to create like people are offended by so much, and a lot of it people have every right to be offended by, but we don't need to create offense where there isn't already. Nobody needs to be offended on other people's behalf who aren't offended. Let's focus on protecting people who are getting hurt where they shouldn't be, where it's causing problems. We don't need to create problems to fight.
I agree, and this is why sort of like this whole sort of this is why I think that like the concept of like society, we are putting this word, the N word, on a pedestal above all other words, and we're saying this hurts black people. This hurts black people so bad, it's never okay to say it. And I feel it in some sense it is. I feel maybe it's not. I feel as if we're victimizing black people by doing this in some sense.
So let me put it this way. There's like two different lenses to look at this through. I think that the societal lens is probably correct, that we shouldn't say this word, that it does cause harm. Because on a zoomed out level, it seems pretty fucking true. But if we zoom in on the individual level, and there
but if you've got someone that's been like sort of a who's a victim of like actual racism, they've got like if you've had the shit beaten out of you by some racist white guy who's screaming the N word at you, and you just don't want to fucking hear that word. I get it. I really do.
That's what I mean. On the
I-
individual
yeah,
level,
yeah.
it should matter what's going on between the individuals involved. Like I would say societal level, it makes sense to broad brush it because we want to remove a big problem. But on the individual level, we probably need to look at what's actually happening before we come to a moral decision about what's happening here. And this is how I think most things probably should work. We have a general rule that should be generally enforced, but at the individual level, a context has to matter. Otherwise, it's just madness. Like, I called into a stream before. They were talking about somebody was arguing with Tom about rape, and they bled the definition out so far that basically anything that anybody didn't want from somebody who's a member of the opposite race, any sort of slight deception in anything, like qualifies as it. So where like, there's a loss of utility for people using the word in the way that we should care. And if I feel like the problem when people get too crazy with things like slurs is that if you're going to have outrage over things that like people probably aren't going to give a shit about, you're going to limit our ability to actually police real racism then, which is a fucking problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. It's a bit wild that you know, people, I don't know, there's have you ever heard of the like all sex is rape crowd? I'm pretty sure that was a thing for a time. I'm not sure if it still is, but there was like a group of feminists that would run around and just be like, well, you're penetrating someone and that is, you know, and that is rape almost.
I'd be like, just say you're gay. Like, why do you have to blame a bunch of people about it? That's I have no other conclusion that I can draw from that is that you're gay and you hate men to a degree to where you want to predatorize all of them. That's just such a silly, crazy thing to say.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. It's these if you start saying that, then what you're effectively saying is that, you know, intimate relations between two people. I don't know. It's people want to boil this stuff down to stuff that like really doesn't matter. Like, what is it? People want to say that, oh well, everyone's racist.
Wait, if you say all sex is rape, then I say okay. Then I guess I don't have a problem with rape. Then how can I?
And that's
what I mean. That's the problem. Like if somebody now today says, like if you hear, like if you see on Twitter that somebody was raped, the first thing that goes through your head goes through my head is like, well, I wonder what actually happened. I wonder if there was like some kind of like sexual assault, or like if somebody like kissed somebody while they were drunk. I have no idea what happened based on that, right?
So it would, when people say, yeah, I agree with you. Like when people bring up this publicly, when people like make public allegations about like sexual assault and rape, it's almost like at that point, if someone tells me, hey, I was SA'd or I was raped, someone I know, and this person did it, then immediately those like the type of, it's not in the same context, but online, if someone like makes this kind of thing, it's like, well, you know, it could just be, did they touch you inappropriately? Did it like, did they,
you could imagine a person in real life where you'd have the same questions depending if they use the word the same way people online used it, right?
I mean, if I liked them enough, I would just try and be a friend to them.
I'm not going to grill them either way. Yeah. It's not like I'm going to. If somebody says something bad happens to me, I'm not going to grill them. But I'm saying that I'm still not going to know what actually happened at all. All I'm going to know is that something bad happened to them and they're really uncomfortable about it. That's all I'd really know. Based like depending on who it is. Some people, if they said that, I would know immediately that like the worst version of this world happened when they said it. Other people, I just wouldn't know. But I'd still be a good supportive friend. Sure. It's the same thing if somebody says someone's racist. I have no idea if this person committed like a literal hate crime.
Skinhead, or, you know, is just like, you know, the cult, you know, just the meme version of like,
or if somebody's seen them in their car listening to rap, and their mouth kept moving when the N-word played on the song that wasn't even heard, but they have assessed that that person said it when they were singing because when they got out of the car, they were still singing the parts of the song that wasn't the N word. So like, so I know they sang it. You know, I have no idea the level of harm or harmlessness that's being expressed, and it's bad. Um, like I said, I really did used to think that like the N word could get like depowered, but I also thought back then that I thought we were like mostly when I was like in my early 20s, I thought we were like pretty much done with racism. I was just not in the right online spaces. I wasn't in like a big city or anything. Like I had just gotten divorced from a woman who I had a when I was 22, I had a half black stepson who was 16. Like and didn't think nothing of it. Like I just really didn't see a
Oh,
lot of racism that was like real and not like ironic, like people that weren't just like racism mostly existed for people to make jokes about. That was it to me. And like the black people that I knew, like when I seen them affected by it, I just thought it was because they were in like an all white area full of rednecks, and that like the rest of the world wasn't really like that. So I was just pretty blind to it, really. And like everybody
I feel
thought that it was bad when it
I,
happened. So like I just thought that it was not as big of a thing that it clearly still is.
I feel as if like there's like multiple sort of like you could probably take it. There is some sort of like levels to this, right? There's like there's people who like say shit to be edgy.
Mhm.
There's people who probably think some untrue things about like another race, but more or less benign. Then there's like actual racists who will who will treat people differently because of the color of their skin. Um,
Yeah, I've
I
I've
feel
said
as if
before,
like
I don't think like if you're just racist, like if it's just something that you feel in your heart and soul, it's not like a very big deal as long as you're not acting on it. Like nobody's gonna know then. Like you can be racist, but if you still treat people
with
the
respect,
same, yeah, like it's like who cares then? Just the rule is you can't be a piece of shit because of how you feel.
I was once working at a store, right, and this was probably one of the only times that I've this will this is one of the only times I've seen people be like outright crazy fucking racist. It happened one time. I was working at a
Was it when
computer
Lab
store.
said that black people are the N word?
Listen. So for me, I've put Lab in my mind. Lab's in a box, and the box is that everything she says is usually very stupid and highly provocative, and she can't help but be both those two things. So she gets a nice rose tinted box with flowers around it, and I don't really think it's she's too serious about. I don't she's she's a wine aunt. I think that's it. You know
I
what
don't know
I
what that
mean.
means.
She'll sit down, she'll drink, and she'll just spurt stuff out of her mouth.
Oh, okay.
Probably
That's
doesn't
yeah,
actually
that's not a
believe.
word in America, I don't think. If it is, then I'm just assuming it's a cultural word or like a word from your side of the world that just doesn't make it over here very often. I think we say
Maybe
wino.
it is. Yeah, a wino, but like it's just more that she just says like unhinged, crazy stuff that I'm not really convinced that she will. But
I'm saying this as an honest statement. I'm not taking a shot at her whatsoever. But she talks a lot like the way that I did when like I was 15. I wanted to get a rise out of people. I wanted attention. So I would say um like I would just be say like provocative things. I was like shock humor was good, and I just didn't really care how other people felt about it because I mean really at 15 you've never had to deal with the consequences of anything in your life.
yeah,
So
yeah.
it, I
But
said before too, she
she's never
seems like
grown out of
she's
that phase before. I mean, like even when DGG like went on the hate train, I mean, they're just like, look at all the crazy things she said from way back when. It's like she's never grown out of it. She's always been this way. This is why I'm saying like she's just this is why I'm saying she can't help it. There is something intrinsic that like there's something she gets out of this that she can't stop. Because if she had because if she realized it was bad in the ways that like a regular person realizes what she's saying is bad, well, it could affect your future prospects. people might be unwilling to sort of do a podcast with you. People are less likely to talk to you. You know, the list goes on and on about like, you know, she could be socially cancelled. There's like a huge fucking list of detriments.
But
to
people want
everything
her
that
on
she
because
just
of this
said.
stuff. She's rewarded for it. So like you're not going to
They
have this
wanna,
typical reward
yeah.
system in place. But I've said this in the past too. When people are like I don't understand Lav, like I've always said, like she just reminds me of like a ton of chicks that I knew in high school. And she said when she first came on to like Discord and stuff, she found her first real group of friends on the Mr. Girl Discord. And if that's true, then it makes sense that she still socially behaves like she's in high school, because that's probably the last time that she really socially interacted with people. If she hasn't really had any friends prior to that makes sense to me. But I'm not saying that it's justified. Like you're still an adult, you need to take some feedback.
Yeah, but you're giving. I don't know. Maybe I should. All right. So what else?
Look, I'm not giving a pass here. I'm saying that
I know
makes
you're not giving a pass. You're not giving a pass. I can see where you're coming from. I guess though, specifically, how would you? I guess my claim was that it seems to be like that what she's done, that her pattern of behavior is protracted, and that there should be very sort of like reasonable, obvious things about the way she's talking and the consequences of that she hasn't picked up with. What would you say to that specifically? You still think that all of this is like a consequence of her being badly socialized in friend groups?
No. So I think that the reason why she's like this socially is because that, based on what she's said and based on my own experiences of like there's like a I knew lots of girls in high school who acted that way. So it lines up with what she said. However, there is a reward and punishment system that usually exists in society that sort of gets people to alter their behavior and not do things that make people really upset. However, for Lav, when she's saying that, like, basically from high school till she came out of Discord, she didn't really interact with people socially at all. And when she started to online, she was heavily rewarded for behaving this way. So I wouldn't expect somebody who is rewarded for saying and doing provocative things to change, because the incentive that people have when they're upset with her about it, it gets her onto other platforms. It gets her more attention. She's only being rewarded for this, regardless of what the contents of what people say. That they're getting upset with her. The end result is a positive for her, and like.
Because you're saying it's all just attention for her. I hear you.
Well, I'm not even saying.
I guess
that's oversimplified. I think that it is. It's not just about attention. It's like, have you ever met somebody who complains about their partner, and you're like, oh, well, what did you do? Like, they're like, I can't stand when my boyfriend or my husband does this, or I can't stand when my girlfriend or wife does this. You're like, oh, well, what did you do? What do you do about it? And you realize that they don't do anything about it. I'm like, well, you're teaching them that it's fine then. If there's no repercussions for them, then like they're gonna keep doing that. You have to understand that, like, you have to set up some boundaries or something, or like, why would they change? They have no reason to change. It seems like they're able to do whatever they want and keep getting everything they want. Nobody can learn that way. It's.
But I mean, she's describing in this thing. She's like, you know, she's talking about, and if you take our sort of narrative, I think this is my narrative about this, right? Is that, you know, essentially the reason Lav isn't getting what she wants, you know, and she wants to be able to say the N-word harder to people, because then they're on an even playing field, and you know, this progress is social somehow. This progress is race relation, and you know, but she gets to say the N-word, right? She gets to sort of be there and say it. Now, I guess what I'm saying is that she's communicating to us that she can't do this because of, you know, in some way she is saying that she can't say this without repercussion. She knows they're there, but she's doing it regardless. I guess that feeds into what you're saying. I guess.
But she also said that her black friends don't care. She's allowed to.
No, but I mean, like, she almost ended the show, right, by saying, you know, by pleading with us to be able to, like, so that she can, you know, say the N-word. Like, this wasn't the real ending. If you go back 20 minutes before that, she was like talking about how, you know, she was like, she made some sort of plea where she was like, I can't remember the words exactly she said, but it was along the lines of let me use the M word. And it sounded to me. Maybe I'm wrong in this, Dryzen. I could be wrong. It sounded to me like her real problem is that she can't say the N word to her friends, and that is sort of like that's where all this comes from. I know that she did say
if she says the N word to her friends, other people who aren't her friends are going to make it a problem for her.
Maybe, yeah.
The best version of her argument is this, like, because she's not making the free speech argument; she's making the race relations argument. The best version of that is that by the over policing of white people saying the N word is going to cause resentment in white people towards black people. It's going to make them afraid that other things outside of just the N word could be used to hurt them, and so it's going to create tensions where there doesn't necessarily have to be any. And if we were able to remove the stigma off of the N word, it might be a lot harder to police speech between black people and other races. And I would see this as a positive progressive move towards making race relations better. That would be like the best version of what she's saying. I'm not saying that this is the argument that ought to be made, but this is, if I were to steelman the fuck out of like her position, I think that's the best way you could do it. And unfortunately, she made that argument in like the most insane fucking way. I couldn't have constructed it in a way that was more counterintuitive.
I feel as if when you're starting to, at that point, if you're saying that this is her best version, I feel you're like bending over backwards.
One moment. Turdium, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. Fuck yeah, dude. I appreciate you so much. And a lot of good people are getting them too. My hat's off to you, buddy. Thank you. I super, super appreciate it. Sorry, leader, continue.
I guess you're bending over you to like give her that level of charitability. I feel as if we're starting to break our back.
Oh no! Listen. I'm not saying that this is her. I'm saying that if I wanted to make that argument, this is how I would go about it. That's not my argument, but I'm saying this is the best way to present that. I think this bad argument, and I'm not saying that this is what she is saying. Like when I say steelman, I'm more than steel manning it. I'm making it better. I'm making a slightly better argument in the same vein. You're
filling in some areas. You're trying to wash out the edges. You're giving it a nice little rose tinge. I got you. But I guess the main thrust.
That's not what she was coming from. She was saying that if black people really want to be equal, then they need to have the same vocabulary as us.
Can you imagine? Right? Can you imagine for one moment, like how fanatic Tariq Nasheed, how any of I'm putting fanatic in those, but please forgive me, fanatic, if you're listening. I love you, buddy, but can you imagine how any of those people would react when they hear this? You like it would cook their brain. That'd be like everything bad about the white people is true at this point.
Imagine how Jesse Lee Peterson would feel hearing it.
Yeah. Oh. Right.
It might be the first time JLP's ever said, "Hold on, let her cook."
I know, right? Far out. It's actually, you know what? She could get on with like JLP and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think she'd do great. Honestly, I think she would be welcome back if she made these same arguments. Especially if she tried to compare it to a trans argument like she did. It'd be like a home run hit.
It's like, I don't know, and I feel like it started about like 30 minutes in where Mr. Girl's like he got this like frown on his face and his face only darkened and got more stern as his his blood vessels tightened in his brain as he was preparing to have an aneurysm. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and I am having like a little bit of fun at Lab's expense when I say these things, but like it's 100. I'm not saying it to shit. This is honestly This is for real. I really think it was that bad.
I want to like Lab. I really do. She's like, she says, what is it? She seems like a really fun woman.
On a
be frank.
personal level, I like her, but I think on a
Yeah.
public level, it's
On a
very
public
difficult.
level,
Very difficult.
yeah, I can't imagine. Like, I can't imagine. So, like, what are you gonna if you're on a podcast with her? Like, if I was there, you'd be forced into the negative. I'd be forced into the negative of what I believe in talking with her, just because of how she's presenting what she was saying. I would almost start arguing the exact opposite. I can be a pretty I'm a bit of a contrarian sometimes. I don't usually sort of like, I'll usually fight with people about the nitty gritty and get into arguments over things that probably really don't matter.
Hold on,
in the
you're
grand
not
scheme of
though.
things.
You're not a contrarian. You and I have had conversations. You and I have argued for like 15, 20 minutes. And I've had you come to the point where after arguing, be like, yeah, all right. So like, you're not contrarian. You just need somebody to actually meet you where you're at and then walk you to their point. And if their point's correct, you're not going to say no. That's why I respect you.
You and I can agree on 98% of an issue, and it can almost feel like, because I feel as if like when you talk to someone about anything, right? If you're having a conversation with someone, usually sort of like you do want some level of agreement there. It feels good to sort of get there. But like, I feel as if like I get stuck on that like last 2%, and that 2% becomes the entire fucking issue. This is where I sort of like, and I'll fight, and it'll get into like an argument.
Oh shit. I don't even know if you can still hear me. Let's see if OBS is still going. Okay, it is. My headset just died. I forgot at the beginning it said that it was low. Yeah, that makes sense. When my headset goes, it changes like the audio settings in Discord. Yeah, I feel like at the beginning it beeped and it was like headset low, please recharge battery, and I was like, ah shit, and I thought to myself, I'm gonna have to recharge this, but then I just forgot about it. I did let Leader know. I feel bad about it. He just sort of got cut off. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I did appreciate the conversation with him, and I wish he did more stuff like this. When he does political stuff, I would recommend his streams, but otherwise, I don't know enough about the games that he's playing. But you should check out his channel. If you do like the games that he plays, check him out. He's a good guy. I think his political positions are good. Mostly. Well, let me put it this way. He is one of the most movable people. He will fight tooth and nail for his position, but he is 100% movable. And that is very admirable and rare in this space. So he deserves some praise for that. But yeah, my headset's dead. I can't talk to people. I can't really watch anything. So we're gonna wrap on that. But Leader actually was the one who asked me. I think tomorrow night I'm gonna try. Oh, tomorrow night I have a panel. So either before or after that, maybe. It just depends on what's going on with my wife. I'm gonna try to squeeze in. A Leader really wanted me to watch Sunday and Stardust thing. I don't really know what's going on. I have no idea whatsoever about it, but I'll probably check it out because he's a buddy. So I don't mind ever taking requests. So yeah, that's it. Thanks for being here. Hopefully you like the stream and have a good night.